Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the regular council meeting of June 11th. We'll call the meeting to order. And I will start with a few housekeeping items. If you have a cell phone, please turn your cell phone to off or to vibrate. Also, if you're coming to speak for a public hearing, please note that you can come to the front. The mic will be live. You don't have to turn it on. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, and then council may have additional questions after that. If you could please state and spell your name for the record. We like to have that on file so we can make sure that the minutes are accurate and correct. Please note that all council meetings are being live streamed, recorded, and retained. All personal information collected will be managed in accordance with the Access to Information Act, which has replaced the FOIP Act, I've just heard. So that's some interesting information. And now I will do introductions. I'll start with Ryan, please.
Good morning, Ryan Morrison, Director of Operational Services.
Good morning, Chris Rash. I'm the Director of Legislative Community and Agricultural Services.
Good morning, Margareta Bloom, Director for Planning and Development Services.
Good morning, Jeff Holmes, Chief Administrative Officer.
Morning, Greg Harris, Division 2 Counselor.
Good morning, Jennifer Letts, Division 7 Counselor.
Good morning, Alan Miller, Division 3.
Good morning, Angela Albers, Division 5 Counselor, and Reeve.
Good morning, Peggy Johnson, Division 6 Counselor.
Tiffany Nixon, Division 4.
Good morning, Dwayne Fulton, Division 1 Counselor.
Laura Cammons, Executive Assistant.
Good morning, Rianne Pohl, Planner.
Good morning, Josie McGillicuddy, Community Outreach Coordinator.
Good morning, Sydney Norrie, Communications.
Thank you. And with that, we do have an agenda in front of us. Is there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, could I have a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Made by Councillor Fulton. Call to question, all in favor? And that motion is carried. And so today we have two delegations. We have the Panko Family Century Family Farm Recognition Award, and we have the RCMP quarterly report. The RCMP will be joining us at 11:30. So wherever we are in the agenda, we will try to do our best to stop at that point and attend to our delegation. But right now, it is my absolute honor and privilege. This is always one of the great things that council gets to do, is to honor some of our outstanding residents of Mountain View County. So we'll move to agenda item 5.1. So I'll just read out a short summary of the wonderful Panko family, and then we will do the awards presentation. So good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today, we are absolutely delighted to honor the Panko family, who are receiving the Mountain View County Century Farm Family Award. This award celebrates the remarkable legacy and dedication to our agriculture community. For 100 years, the Pankos have worked the land in this area, including original homesteads established by William Panko, who immigrated to Canada from Ukraine. He arrived in the Olds area and started his farming journey as a hired hand for the Node family north of Olds. Through hard work and determination, William was eventually able to purchase his own quarter section of land in 1925. William married his bride, Katrina, and also from Ukraine, in 1928, and their family grew to include a daughter, Mary, and a son, Steve. In addition to farming, the Panko family has been deeply involved in our community. Over the years, they have generously served on numerous boards within Mountain View County, including Foothills Natural Gas, Rural Fire Protection, Olds Co-op, the Olds Seed Cleaning Plant, and the local community club. Spanning 3 generations, the Pankos have witnessed incredible transformation in agriculture. They've seen the evolution from horse-drawn equipment to the sophisticated large machinery we use today. Spanning 3 council is honored to recognize the Pankos family's achievements with the Mountain View County Century Farm Award, and now ask them to come forward to receive their award. These are heavy awards. Jen? Or Councilor? No. That's all right. Congratulations so much. What an achievement. Yep. Okay, and would you be okay with this picture of all of them? I'll beg you to have this fabulous array of things like standing from 1925. No. You're an organizer then, aren't you? Thank you, Jen. So wonderful. Thank you for being a part of our community. That's really thank you. All right, so now we will continue with the rest of our regular agenda. We'll go on to 3.1. The adoption, we have regular council minutes of May 21st, 2025. Is there any errors or omissions in those minutes? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Just a very small typo on page 9 under item 10.2, councillor reports. Just the word Bergen is spelt with an A rather than an E at the end. So very small typo change.
Thank you. Is there any other amendments to the minutes? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion to adopt those amended minutes. Moved by Councillor Johnson. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And that takes us into our first public hearing, 4.1. So this is for bylaw number 1725, being a bylaw of Mountain View County in the province of Alberta to amend land use bylaw number 1024 affecting the Southwest 2532-6 west of the 5th pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. This received first reading on May 7th, 2025. And with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to planning, please.
Thank you. The beginning of the presentation starts on page 33 of the agenda. The applicant and landowner is Cindy Iverson. This application is proposing to redesignate an approximate 9.9 acres from Agricultural District A to Country Residential District, while also redesignating the remaining 35.8 acres from Agricultural District A to Agricultural 2 District A2. The next slide is the location map and shows that the subject quarter is within the rural neighborhood of South McDougall Flats, approximately 4.5 kilometers southwest from the town of Sundre. The next slide is the figure 3 map from the municipal development plan and shows that the proposal is within the growth center that surrounds the South McDougall Flats ASP area. The next slide shows the figure 8 from the South McDougall Flats area structure plan. You can see that the subject property is within a policy area that is designated for residential land use. Page 37 of the agenda is the redesignation site sketch. The application is seeking to redesignate an approximate 9.9 acres of bare land to Country Residential District, while redesignating the remaining lands to Agricultural 2 District A2. The next slide shows the subdivision site sketch. The subdivision application is seeking to create two bare residential lots. The first with an approximate area of 3.87 acres, while the second lot would have an approximate area of 6.03 acres. The next slide is the surrounding land use map. The lands to the north and west contain several residential zoned lots, while the lands to the east and south are zoned for agricultural use. The Red Deer River flows to the south of the parent parcel within the quarters that are owned by the Crown. The neighboring quarters contain residential subdivisions, have between 11 and 22 titles, while some of the quarters used predominantly for agriculture have between 1 and 3 titles. The subject quarter currently has 20 titles and is seeking to create the 21st and 22nd titles. The next slide shows the oil and gas facilities map. There are foothills natural gas lines that are used to service the surrounding residential development. However, there are no other oil and gas facilities in proximity to the proposal. This next slide shows the topography and water map for the area. You can see the main channel of the Red Deer River flows through the quarter to the south. There is a channel of the river that branches through the south portion of the subject quarter. You can see how the areas surrounding the river and its channels have remained in a natural state. Looking closer at the parent parcel, you can see that the subject property appears relatively flat, but generally drains to the east. During the site visit, it was noted that the south portion of the parent parcel appears to generally drain to the south towards the river channel, which flows along the proposal south boundary. According to AgriSid, the landscape for the area is considered level, terraced, not in valley. This next slide shows the environmental scan map. According to the Summit report, the subject quarter is mostly within a Class 1 environmentally significant area. According to the Provincial Fiera report, the quarters to the south have been identified as containing environmentally significant lands. These ESAs surround the Red Deer River. The criteria used to classify these areas as an ESA relate to the fact that there are flood hazard areas adjacent to the river. The riparian areas provide environmental functions such as aquifer recharge. There may be a diversity of plants and animal communities due to the surrounding natural features. And there are undisturbed areas and habitat connectivity that provide shelter and allow the movement of species. Looking closer at the subject quarter, you can see how the ESA areas shown in red hatches extend towards the north portion of the quarter, where there are other residential sites, but have also maintained treed areas. As the lands are within an ESA area, tree clearing for any purpose other than for fire smart or minor maintenance would require the issuance of a development permit. Should the proposal be approved and eventually developed, given that this area is already impacted by residential development, but that the tree cover would be maintained as much as possible, 2 dwelling sites should have a minimal impact on the surrounding habitat. This map also shows that the south portion of the subject quarter in solid red is the floodway of the Red Deer River, which you can see runs south of the proposal area. This next slide shows the provincial flood design map, showing that the areas designated as the floodway are south of the proposal. However, some of the areas along the proposal south boundary may be within the flood fringe. Also shown in gold and yellow are areas that may experience some minor flooding in larger flood events. Although the proposed lots appear to have some minor impacts from flooding, they are outside of the floodway, and there are opportunities for them to accommodate some development when properly planned through appropriate engineering. Should the applications be approved for redesignation and subdivision, additional supportive studies may be required when a development permit application is submitted to ensure compliance with the regulations for development within flood fringes. Future development will also need to be sufficiently set back from the river channel, minimizing impacts to ecological or hydrological functions. This next slide shows the soil information and shows that the soils are somewhat less productive for agriculture, but may have some use as pasture land. Most of the tree stand has remained intact within the parent parcel. The next slide is the site dimension sketch showing the proposed parcels along the west side of the parent parcel. You can see that the proposal area does not contain any development, while there are existing residential sites to the north and west. The proposal is adjacent to a county road that is connected to Range Road 61. This is a dead-end road that terminates at the entrance to the development within the proposed remainder of the parent parcel. Starting on page 48 of the agenda are some photos taken of the site. The photos on this slide were taken along the northwest and northeast corners of the proposed lot along the west side of the parent parcel. Photo A shows that the lot is adjacent to an existing residential subdivision. You can see in photo B that the road to access the site is hard surfaced and the proposal appears relatively level. Some minor tree clearing may be necessary adjacent to the road to access the site for future development. This next slide shows some additional views of the first proposed lot. You can see that it is mostly treed, but there are some clearings. Some of the areas may experience some impacts within a 1 in 200 and 1 in 500 year flood event, however, may be developable if designed appropriately. This next slide shows the approximate location of the southwest and southeast corners of the proposed second lot, just east of the one that we just looked at. You can see how the south boundary would follow the top of the bank to this channel of the Red Deer River. This slide looks at views within the second proposed lot that may be suitable for a future building site. Photo A is looking towards the east side of the proposed lot, while photo B is looking towards the north. This area appears to be outside of the identified flood hazard areas. The images on this slide focus on the area south of the proposed lot number 2. You can see the channel of the Red Deer River, which is most of the time has shallow water, and that the lands between the proposal and the main portion of the river have remained in a natural state and also function as a wildlife corridor. This next slide shows the development within the proposed remainder, which consists of a dwelling from 1958, a summer cottage from 1974, a shop, a smaller shop, several sheds, and paddocks. This next slide looks at access and sightlines to the 2 proposed lots. This extension from Range Road 61 is currently used to access other nearby residential lots and terminates with a cul-de-sac at the approach to the proposed remainder. You can see in photo D that a possible location for a new approach to the easterly lot may be constructed from within the cul-de-sac. Access and sightlines seem to be of no concern. This next slide shows some east-facing views of the cul-de-sac area and the access to the proposed east lot and remainder. The area structure plan details the requirement for a concept plan for the entire parent parcel when proposing subdivisions. The application is not seeking to further subdivide the remaining lands and was not requested to provide a concept plan with supportive studies for the entire parent parcel. However, the application needed to include information about how future access could be extended to the east to ensure that the current proposal would not restrict options for future connectivity. This slide illustrates a possible future subdivision design with an extension of an internal road. However, these subdivisions are not being proposed and the concept plan does not need to be considered by council by a separate motion. This slide reviews the submitted studies, which included a groundwater supply assessment for each of the proposed lots, a private sewage treatment system assessment, along with pre-application community consultation information. 2 water wells were drilled, which confirmed that there would be sufficient water supply from these wells to provide for 2 new dwelling sites, and that the use of these wells should not have an impact to other nearby water users. Also, chemistry analysis indicated that no treatment would be necessary for domestic use. The septic system study determined that due to the site's proximity to the Red Deer River and the type of sediment within the area, the recommended systems for the proposed lots should be holding tanks using pump-out services. During the pre-application community consultation, the applicant noted that they received 2 phone calls, 3 in-person meetings, and 1 email. Some of the respondents had questions about the proposal and offered support. One landowner outlined a few concerns through an email, which the applicant provided responses to. Mapping from the Land Titles Office outlined that there is a utility right-of-way plan that crosses through the parent parcel and proposal area. Through further evaluation, it was identified that this right-of-way was secured within the parent parcel for construction of berms along with the quarter to the east. However, due to concerns about flooding risks further downstream that could result from the project, it was abandoned. The right-of-way instrument was never registered on the parent parcel's land title. However, the landowner was provided compensation for the use of these lands. Mountain View County does not have an interest in these lands and has no plans to develop the berms. Should this application be approved for redesignation, administration recommends that the applicant return the compensation to the county prior to the application being considered for subdivision to ensure that the matter is resolved. The applicant did provide some additional information to council regarding their preferred approach in addressing the utility right-of-way, which is located on page 32 of the agenda. This slide looks at the evaluation of the proposal against the policies of the Municipal Development Plan and South McDougall Flats ASP. The application is seeking to create 2 new residential parcels and proposing redesignation to the appropriate zoning for both the proposed lots and the remainder. The lands are within a growth center that surrounds an area with an adopted ASP. The ASP outlines that the parent parcel is within an area that may accommodate additional residential subdivisions. The proposed lots meet the parcel size requirements noted in the ASP, being between the smallest lot that was previously subdivided from the quarter, which is 2.99 acres, and up to a maximum of 15 acres. The proposed lots will be able to establish direct access to a county road, and the application included supportive studies that demonstrate water availability and suitable septic system. The proposal was also evaluated against the environmental land use policies. Given that the surrounding lands are tree covered and the lands that surround the river and its channel have remained in a natural state, there is sufficient space to maintain the wildlife corridor. Any potential for tree clearing would require development permit approval. The proposal is intended for residential use and will have a relatively low impact on the environment. Provincial flood mapping shows that the proposed lots are outside of the defined floodway, although there may be some impacted areas during larger flood events. Should this application be approved and these sites eventually developed, a geotechnical report and/or stormwater management plan may be required based on the scope of the proposed development to ensure overland flow is managed and that ground stability is considered. The proposal would be subject to municipal reserve, which would be calculated as the value of 10% of the land being subdivided and would become a condition of subdivision. The value of the lands would be determined through a market land appraisal that would need to be submitted by the applicant. Administration can support a resolution of approval for this proposal. The proposal is within the parameters described in the Municipal Development Plan, the South McDougall Flats Area Structure Plan, and Land Use Bylaw. During the county circulation process, there were no letters of concern that were received from adjacent landowners or referral agencies. The matter with the utility right-of-way can be resolved prior to meeting with the subdivision authority, and any additional requirements for development may be addressed through a future development permit application. There are no other outstanding technical matters, and the application can be considered for approval. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any new or additional information they'd like to provide for council? No, the applicant waives. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone online who would like to speak either in opposition or in favor of this application? No, not seeing anyone online. So I will open the floor for council to ask questions to either the applicant or to planning. Councillor Johnson.
Just a couple of short questions for planning. On page 18, it says sufficient tree cover and undeveloped lands to the west and south allow for habitat connectivity. And I just wondered what biologists did the assessment of wildlife habitat.
Through the chair, there was no request for or technical information about the environmental site. It is just noted that this corridor has been extensively used for residential purposes, and you'll see that the ESA area encompasses many of those residential sites, but also includes the treed areas. So given the criteria that was used to identify the ESA boundaries, being the approximate location of the ESA boundaries, but also a review of the aerial images showing the natural area surrounding the Red Deer River and its channel. That was where the assessment was derived from. Thank you.
Thank you. An additional question, in regard to the phase 2 groundwater supply assessment, I wondered if you could just explain the method that was used for a phase 2 groundwater. We don't hear about these very often. Just if you could give us a little summary of how that works.
Margareta, please.
So through the chair, again, if we have a area structure plan that has specific requirements or any statutory plans that may require additional evaluation, that would apply. There is also a requirement under the Water Act regulations that if 6 lots or more are proposed from a quarter section, I think this will be lot 21 and 22 from this quarter section, that a groundwater evaluation be prepared to demonstrate that there is sufficient water available to service these 2 proposed lots. So that is a technical study that the applicant's engineer prepared. That typically will be, the pumping of a well and then the monitoring from another well to determine the drawdown from the aquifer to determine the yield that is available. So that technical study was submitted and reviewed and determined to be acceptable.
Thank you. So did it compare at all the current static water level with the historic static water level?
So as part of the review that the engineer does, it does take a look at the historical information. It does take into account the amount of wells that there are within the surrounding aquifer. So all of that information was reviewed by the engineer.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions? Councillor Harris.
For anybody in planning that wants to, I'm looking at the utility right-of-way information and I'm seeing that it was registered with land titles, but not registered on the actual property's land title. Is that a commonplace or is it an error?
Margareta?
The typical process is if a utility right-of-way plan is registered, it is just a plan on a map. It is only in effect when there is an instrument registered on title, typically at the same time, that will then outline what the requirements and restrictions are in relation to the utility right-of-way. It will typically include no buildings can be constructed, landscaping be limited, etc., and sets out the rules and responsibilities for the utility right-of-way, who benefits from it, and then obviously the burdening of the lands in perpetuity. So typically they are registered at the same time. They don't have to be, but you have to have the consent of the landowner to register the instrument at land titles.
Okay, follow up.
Yes.
So does that right-of-way extend to any other property in this area?
So through the chair, again, that is on page 58 of the agenda. So that utility right-of-way is only registered on the subject parcel that is subject to the application today.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? No. So I have just a couple. The area has experienced recently floods in 2005 and 2013. So although I appreciate the flood maps that we've got from the province, do we have any photos? I know that there was loads of photos that were taken during the 2013 and the 2005 flood. Do we have any actual aerial photography to show what the flooding impacts of this parcel, these proposed parcels were in 2005 and 2013?
So through the chair, we do have a series of aerial photographs that we take county-wide. So those would not include any of the flood events, but I do know that operations were involved with the emergency response during those flood events. So I'll ask Ryan.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have some photos that we took from a helicopter just days after the 2013 flood. CAO asked if I could find them this morning and I did, and they're in the presentation temp folder so we can put them up. Now, knowing that when we took these photos, taking photos of the Iverson property wasn't top of our agenda. We were taking photos of the berming area that we were working on with the engineers. So can you go to, actually start at 52 and then end at 56? If we would have known at the time, we would have focused in a little better. So that's one that we took coming up the river, the Iverson properties, the houses you can see there on that bend with the red there. Yeah. Wanna go to the next one, Laura? And then we came in a little closer. We were taking pictures. You can see the berm and things like that. You can see in the field to the east, there's some evidence of the water there. And then if you want to end on 56, Laura. Want to expand that picture? Cover the screen. So if you focus in on the field there, on the Volmans there on the east side, you can see that there was some water that flowed across that quarter section. You can see some water definitely went across the property there. I can. Pablo did a great job. So you can see here, this is the little piece of berm that we constructed, Red Deer River. And then in this property, which historically was Volman's, I'm not sure who owns it now. You can see that there's river silt there. To say the depth or the flow of that water, no idea. We were not on ground on that location to tell you that. We just know that there was that water that flew there, and you can kind of see water flowed through this area in here and across there. The Red Deer River definitely is a fluid river. It moves around lots. It could, whether there's water there flowing through any of these locations now, I couldn't tell you. Haven't been eyes on, but this is the photos we took in 2013.
So Ryan, on this, when you look at, is it correct to say, if I were to look at this, the darker areas, like right where your mouse is?
Yeah, that would be.
That probably would have been
Flow,
okay?
yeah. Which I think somewhat corresponds to the provincial maps.
Huh.
And you can see like there was definitely flow through here, and you can see it out on this quarter section over there. So.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you for that. And maybe just one follow-up question, Ryan, and you may not know this. The 2005 flood in this area, was it worse or was it less than the 2013 flood?
So I don't know the answer to
Okay.
that question. And I can say that we got that same question by other external sources, and we don't have any records of flood on the range road to the east of there so we don't have any knowledge of it flowing through there. The Red Deer River didn't flow as high in 2005 as it did in 2013.
Okay, and so maybe if I can just ask planning to go to, what page is it? To go to page 44. Just now that we've seen the one, I thought it might be useful just to have a quick look at this one as well. Okay, Margaret?
So perhaps I can just point out, so on page 44 of the agenda, that is the South McDougall Flats flood hazard study that was completed in 2015. That is now superseded by the Upper Red Deer River flood study, which is on page 46 of the agenda. So again, on this page, it will show the floodway and flood fringe Again, the floodway is where the flow is the deepest and most destructive, and the flood fringe are the areas outside of it. Our land use bylaw and our policies typically develop to the 1 in 100 year flood events. This study that the province completed also does have information on the 1 in 200 and 1 in 500 year events. However, our current land use bylaw requirements and policies do not require or have any regulations or standards for developers to meet for those 200 and 500 year flood events.
Okay, so Margaretta, can you just go to page 44 again? Just looking at this. So is there an opportunity, if this were to be approved, to request that MPC look at restricting a building envelope outside the 1 in 200 year flood event? Or can we prescribe that?
I do believe council has the authority to make recommendations to the subdivision approving authority to consider, any component that council feel is appropriate for the development that's being proposed. What the subdivision authority will have to consider is there appropriate guidance in our statutory plans as well as in our land use bylaw to justify those requirements.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one more question on the actual compensation. So this was back on page, I don't know where it is in the file, but essentially I think in 2014, the compensation was paid of just over $24,000. So in the motion that we're requesting compensation be paid back, has that been inflated or was that the actual value that was paid out in 2014?
That's not inflated. It was the actual value that was paid.
Okay, thank you. Is there any additional questions from council? Councillor Harris.
Yeah, Margaret, I just want to clarify. I asked if the right of way extended down to any other land other than this particular application. And I think you said it didn't, but then Director Morrison just gave us a thing that showed a berm and stuff put in on the adjoining quarter. And I'm looking at the page you directed me to, and I see that utility of right of way is drawn right across into an adjoining quarter. So is that part of the utility right of way?
No, it's not. That is part of a road plan where the portion of the berm was actually built on the Volman property to the east of that, but it is not a utility right of way. The utility right of way is only registered on this subject parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any additional questions from council? No? Seeing none, I will ask if planning has any closing comments.
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll ask the applicant if the applicant has any closing comments. No, the applicant waives. So with that, I will close the public hearing and I will look for a motion. Councillor Miller.
I would move the council give second reading to bylaw LU 17/25, redesignating the lands within Southwest 253265.
Thank you, and discussion. Yeah, let me just get to my. So we spent a lot of time on the South McDougall Flats area structure plan with the idea of being to make higher density within the already developed areas of the McDougall Flats instead of breaking up full quarter sections. So I think this does align with the direction of the area structure plan. I just do have a concern on the proposed first parcel where from the flood mapping, it looks like, and from the pictures, it looks like that there is more of an opportunity for water to flow outside of the floodway. Obviously, we do have policies in place though that accommodate development in a fringe. So I think the 2013 photos are very useful and very helpful to determine essentially ground truthing of the maps. And so with that, if there's no further discussion or, okay, so with that, then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And Councillor Miller, would you like to take us to third reading, please?
I'd also move the council give third reading to bylaw LU 17/25, redesignating the lands within the southwest of 253265.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No? So with that, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And then we have another motion. Councillor Miller.
I'd move the council directs administration to require the landowner to reimburse the county in the amount of $24,987.90, representing the sum previously paid by the county for the utility right-of-way prior to the approving authority's consideration of the associated subdivision application. And further, the council confirms the county has no ongoing or future interest in the utility right-of-way registered as plan number 1113718.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that? Councillor Harris.
I guess from my questions, people will already ascertain that I have an issue with this. While it was registered with land titles, it wasn't actually registered against the property. And what I'm seeing is money that was paid essentially as rent to hold this utility of right of way until such time as we decided to do something with it. We changed our minds, or somebody else changed their minds for us, and it was decided not to proceed. But it doesn't mean that that land since 2011 was held as a utility right of way with the inability to do anything with it. So it concerns me that we're in a position where we're saying, before this can go to the subdivision authority, we want this money. And I don't see that as a purchase. It wasn't registered on the title. I see that as essentially rent to hold it. And unfortunately, I think that money's just been paid for what it was and supplied by the landowner. And I don't think we have the right to ask for that back.
Thank you. Any other discussion on that? Yeah, I'm struggling with this one because this is taxpayer dollars. And so I don't think it was intended as rent. I think it was intended for public good to build a berm. And that didn't get built. And so whether or not the rest of taxpayers within Mountain View County have to be on the hook for that, I'm just not sure I'm comfortable with that either. So any further discussion on that? Okay, so with that then, I will call to question on the motion. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion is carried. And I'd like to, and I don't know if this is appropriate, Margaret, if we need a motion for this or not, but I'd like to move that council recommend that MPC see the 2013 aerial photos of the 2013 flood event in their package when considering subdivision of this file. I just noticed that it's not in our package, and I think it's a really important piece of information for MPC to see when they're considering the subdivision and the potential conditions that they may put on this, just so they have a complete picture. So Margaret, sorry, Laura, I'll just ask you to put that on the screen. I don't want to direct MPC in any way. I just want to ensure that they have the full information. Okay, so the motion reads that council recommend that MPC see the aerial photos of the 2013 flood event in their package when considering subdivision of this file. Or I guess it's just the subdivision application. Maybe Margaret can, or Laura, can we just change that when considering the subdivision application? And then we can put in of LU 1725. Margaret, how would I add that just to tie it to this file?
Just the file number, which is PLRDSD 2025-0055.
Thanks. So if you can stick that in there, Laura. Thank you. So the motion reads that council recommend that MPC see the aerial photos of the 2013 flood event in their package when considering subdivision application of the file number PLRDSD 2025-0055. Okay. Is there any discussion on this motion? No? With that, then I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Okay, is there anything else on 4.1? No? Thank you. Then we will move on to 4.2. So this is bylaw number LU 1825, being a bylaw of Mountain View County in the province of Alberta to amend land use bylaw number 1024, affecting the Northwest 1529-28-4, Plan 98-10494, Lot 1 pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. This received first reading on May 21st, 2025. And with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to planning, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The presentation starts on page 77 of the agenda. The applicants and owners are John and Crystal Birch. This application is proposing to redesignate an approximate 2.0 acres from Agricultural 2 District to Country Residential 1 District. This slide shows the location map. The subject lands are in the rural community of Midway, approximately 23 kilometers southeast of the town of Carstairs. The next slide is the Figure 3 growth management conceptual strategy of the MDP and shows that the subject quarter is located within the agricultural preservation area. Page 80 of the agenda shows the redesignation site sketch. This application is seeking to redesignate an approximate 2 acres from Agricultural 2 District to Country Residential 1 District. The subsequent subdivision is looking to create the third title for the quarter. The following slide is the surrounding land use map and shows that the subject quarter is surrounded by agricultural land uses. Every quarter surrounding the subject quarter is zoned Agricultural District A and is unsubdivided. No letters of objection were received from adjacent landowners. One letter of support was received from John Konchuk, who owns the quarter to the east. This letter noted that the Birches are good neighbors and an asset to the county, and that John fully supports their application. The next slide shows the oil and gas facilities map. The subject quarter contains 2 abandoned gas wells, 1 abandoned sour natural gas pipeline, and 1 abandoned fuel gas pipeline. These facilities are all well removed from both the subject parcel and the proposal. The necessary oil and gas facility operators were notified during the referral process and did not respond with any concerns. This slide shows the topography and water map. This map shows an unclassified creek on the subject parcel, but it was noted by the applicant and upon site inspection that there is no water present in this area apart from a dugout. This area may have historically contained the tail end of a creek, but is now simply a slight depression in the land that appears more poorly drained than the rest of the parcel. The next slide is a closer view of the subject quarter. According to Agrisid, the landform of the quarter is considered undulating high relief. Upon site visit, it was noted that the subject parcel is relatively flat, apart from the slightly depressed areas along the west and northeast portions of the parcel. Within the proposal, the western edge is more elevated, sloping gently downwards towards this depression. Page 85 of the agenda shows the environmental scan map. No environmentally significant areas have been identified within the subject quarter. However, the quarters to the north and northeast contain a level 4 ESA surrounding Rosebud River. Alberta Merged Wetland Inventory data notes potential potential marsh wetlands in the depressions within the subject parcel. The following slide shows historical aerial images of the subject parcel. These images clearly indicate the depression along the western side of the parcel. You can see that this area appears more poorly drained than the rest of the parcel and may tend to be muddy at certain times of the year. There is also another slight depression along the northeast edge of the parcel in the proposed remainder. Looking at the proposal in this parcel's southwest corner, you can see that the western edge is at a higher elevation, sloping gently down into the depression on its eastern side. The applicant indicated that if this application were approved, a dwelling would be constructed on the higher western edge of the proposal. The next slide shows soil information for the subject parcel. According to Canada Land Inventory, most of the parcel contains Class 3 soils, with the eastern edge containing a small strip of Class 1 soils. According to Agricid, most of the soils on the parcel have slight limitations due to temperature and moisture, with a small portion having very severe limitations due to drainage. The farmland field sheet notes that the majority of the soils have a farmland assessment rating of 72.5%. The depressions within the parcel have a much lower farmland assessment rating of 10.5%. The proposal is contained entirely within this 10.5% rated area. The following slide shows the site dimension sketch, showing the proposed Country Residential 1 parcel in the southwest corner of the subject parcel. The next slide shows views of the proposal's approximate boundaries taken from the proposal's southwest corner. The western edge of the parcel is at a slightly higher elevation above the depression. There appears to be a suitable building envelope within this elevated western side of the parcel. This slide shows more views of the proposal's approximate boundaries. Photo A was taken in the proposal's northwest corner and shows the slope down into the depression. Photos B and C were taken on the eastern edge of the proposal within the depression. Page 91 of the agenda shows more views of the proposal without the red layer in order to better see the transition of the land. Photo A is facing south, showing the slightly higher elevation on the right and the gentle slope down into the depression on the left. Photo B shows the transition in the quality of grasses as the land slopes towards this more poorly drained depression. The following slide shows the agricultural land uses on the proposed remainder. The applicant runs cattle on this parcel. The proposed remainder is predominantly pasture land with a few livestock pens located in the parcel's northwest corner. The next slide shows the development on the proposed remainder. This development includes a few livestock pens with shelters, 2 sheds, 1 sea can, and 1 RV. The applicant noted that this RV is occasionally used for temporary accommodations to support the agricultural operations on the parcel, particularly during calving season. This is an allowed use as per the land use bylaws table 4.2-2, activities and uses that do not require a development permit. The proposal is bare land and contains no development. This slide shows the main access and sightlines into the proposed remainder off Range Road 283. The following slide shows an additional access and sightlines into the proposed remainder, again off Range Road 283 and just north of the previous access. There is currently no access established to the proposal. If the application were approved, the applicants would need to construct an approach as a condition of subdivision. This slide shows a potential access point to the proposal, indicating that sight lines are not a concern. Page 97 of the agenda discusses some of the relevant policies from the municipal development plan. The subject parcel is within the agricultural preservation area, and this application is proposing a 3rd title in the quarter. This does not comply with Figure 3, Growth Management Conceptual Strategy of the MDP, Policy 3.3.6, or Policy 4.3.3.b of the MDP. Residential Land Use Policy 4.3.3.a, states that residential subdivision should only be permitted if the landowner has held the title for at least 5 years. In this application, the landowners have held the title since May 1st of 2021, which is just over 4 years. Additionally, policy 4.3.3.L notes that community consultation should precede any application where more than one lot is proposed to be subdivided from the quarter. The applicants were notified of this policy and opted not to complete the consultation. The application is able to comply with policies relating to parcel size and location of the proposal. The applicants are asking for the smallest parcel size permitted in the Country Residential 1 district at 2 acres. The proposal is on the periphery of the subject parcel and is directly adjacent to Range Road 283 and is situated in an area containing what appear to be the least productive soils of the parcel. The applicant's justification for this application is that the land is not productive agricultural land and would be better suited as a small residential parcel. He noted that this configuration allows them to retain the maximum amount of productive pasture land and that the proposal is harder to utilize with the rest of the parcel due to the depression that separates it from the rest of the pasture. The very bottom of this slide shows an excerpt from the land use bylaw confirming that RV use for temporary accommodations to support an agricultural operation does not require a development permit. Administration can support a resolution of refusal for this proposal. The application is proposing a third title within the agricultural preservation area, which does not align with the policies described in the municipal development plan. This concludes my presentation, and the applicant is available in the gallery should you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any new or additional information they'd like to provide? Okay, the applicant waits. So because we are being live streamed and people can't see the gallery, I will ask if there's anyone in the gallery who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application. And I will ask if there's anyone online who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application. Okay, so confirmation from administration, there's no one online. And so with that, I will open the floor for council for questions. No, seeing no questions, then I will ask planning if you have any closing comments.
No closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will ask the applicant if they have any closing comments. Thank you. The applicant waives. And so with that, I will close the public hearing and I will look for motion, please. Councillor Letts.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw number LU 1825, redesignating the lands within Northeast 1529, 28 for P 9810 49 4 L1.
Thank you. And I believe that was the northwest instead of
Northwest, sorry.
northeast.
Yep.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so we've got that correction to the motion. All right. So any discussion? No. So I spent a lot of time looking at this file and I can't see any rationale or reason why council would consider, or why I would consider veering away from policy on this. I think this is a hard one to approve in the fact that if we were to approve this, I would have, and with the goal of always being fair to all of our residents, I would have a hard time not opening the floodgates to allow multiple subdivisions on ag preservation lands. And I see no reason, no convincing argument to veer away from policy on this one. So if there's no other comments, then I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's lost. All right. So with that, then we will, we don't have our delegation until 11:30, so we'll move on to bylaws and we'll go to 6.1. Councillor Fulton.
I'll move that council give first reading to bylaw LU 21/25, redesignating the lands within Southeast 16, 34, 5 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call to question, all in favor? And that motion's carried.
I'll further move that council set the public hearing for bylaw LU 21/25, redesignating the lands within Southeast 16, 34, 5 west of the 5th for July 9th, 2025 at or after 9 a.m.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And we have 6.2. Counselor Miller.
I'd move the council give first reading to bylaw LU 22/25, redesignating the lands within the northwest of 142955.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried.
And further, the council set the public hearing for bylaw LU 22/25, redesignating the lands within the northwest of 142955 for July 9th, 2025.
Question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And we're on to 6.3. Counselor Lutz.
I move that council give first reading to bylaw number LU 2325, redesignating the lands within the southeast 1329-4 West 5.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And Counselor Lutz.
Further move that council set the public hearing for bylaw number LU 2325, redesignating the lands within the southeast 1329-4 5 for July 9th, 2025 at or after 9 a.m.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. We are on to 6.4. Counselor Johnson.
I would move that council give first reading to bylaw number LU 24/25, redesignating the lands within the southeast 25-32-5 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And Counselor Johnson.
I move that council set the public hearing for bylaw number LU 24/25, redesignating the lands within the southeast 25-32-5 west of the 5th for July 9th, 2025 at or after 9 a.m.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And 6.5, Counselor Nixon.
I move that council give first reading to bylaw number LU 2525, redesignating the lands within the southeast 1331-6 of 5.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried.
I further move that council set the public hearing for bylaw number LU 2525, redesignating the lands within the southeast 1331-6 of 5 for July 9th, 2025 at or after 9 a.m.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And everyone hang on to your hats because July 9th is going to be a busy council agenda. All right, we'll move on to 6.6. That is bylaw number 0725, establishing procedures of conduct of public hearings. Christopher, please.
Thank you, Worship. Council did review this bylaw at its last council meeting on May 21st. And at that point in time, granted first reading to the bylaw and recommended some further amendments to the bylaw. Administration has incorporated those amendments and has gone through the bylaw one more time with fine tooth comb. And there are a couple other amendments that administration is recommending for council's consideration. So perhaps I would suggest I can just walk you through those changes, Your Worship, if that is satisfactory.
Yes, please.
So page 166, all of the track changes are changes that are have been made following first reading of this bylaw. So they are ones that either council has requested or administration has highlighted. So 2.01, we have recommended that we have pulled out section 4 of the bylaw and section 5 relative to the discretion around holding public hearings either during the regular council meetings or being held electronically. So that's no longer a provision. As you recall, they are now mandatory to be held electronically. So that change is being recommended by administration. 3.03 on the next page is just some clarification around when information will be provided to council if written material is presented after the agenda deadlines. So just putting in there that it would be presented during that respective public hearing, good practice being that information should be either provided during the agenda package or during the actual consideration of information by council during the public hearing. So just some clarification for applicants there. 3.04 was a recommendation to include that any documentation that is received after the agenda submission deadlines outlined in section 3.03 again would be presented to council during that respective public hearing. It previously had read that it would just be presented to council. So just again, clarifying in that 3.03 that it's actually during the public hearing when we would be providing that information to council for consideration. 3.06 was some duplication, saying that the letters will be provided to council in their agenda packages. We've already highlighted in the bylaw how that information would be provided, so didn't feel that it was necessary to be duplicated there. 3.09 is just confirming that individuals who have submitted written correspondence contained within the agenda package shall only address council on new or additional information. That's just so that they're not coming up and reading the letter to you for something that you have already had the opportunity to review yourselves. 4.07 was just a catch. That's on page 168. Just a catch there, just for terminology, to put the applicant rather than just starting the sentence with applicant. 5.03 was a recommendation from council to change from a required statement to a recommended statement for individuals to pre-register to speak. So that was recommended by council at the last meeting. And I believe that concludes all of the amendments, your worship. Starting on page 171 is the clean version of the bylaw if council wanted to see it in that format.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Christopher? Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Christopher. We've normally, or in the past, had a motion to accept information that's handed out afterwards, and there's nothing in here saying that. Do we need that? Does it leave the impression with somebody reading this that if they're late with their stuff, it will automatically be adopted or accepted?
Yeah, so administration, we did discuss how that process is currently working. It's our recommendation that there isn't a motion that's required because it's being received during the public hearing process. And that's where we've clarified that that information should be provided to council during the public hearing process, just as if they were here to speak to any information, rather than having to pass a motion to then accept additional information. We didn't want to put council in a situation where you didn't want to accept the additional information. It may jeopardize the public hearing process by not taking all of that information in for consideration. So administratively, we discussed, and we think the best practice is if information comes as part of the agenda package, that allows council to review it ahead of time. If it doesn't come as part of the agenda package, it would be distributed during that actual public hearing, which is council's opportunity to take in any and all information, whether verbal or written at that point in time.
Just a follow-up, does that not then create the situation where somebody could come in here with a literal dictionary and hand it, and then how are we supposed to reasonably absorb that information without setting the public hearing over? Or it allows now to tell people that, yeah, you don't have to follow the timelines, you don't have to do this, you can show up at the day of the public hearing and just deliver the material.
Yeah, it certainly does open the opportunity for somebody to come in and provide an abundance of written submission for council to consider. Obviously, always comes up to council's discretion on how much weight you want to give to any information that's provided to you, whether you want to take a recess to review all the information, whether you want to flip through it, whether you don't want to consider it at all. Just as if somebody was giving a verbal statement, we see it the same type of way, as you don't have to take into consideration all of their verbal statement or anything like that. So ultimately it lays to council to determine how much weight they want to give to that respective evidence. As far as the, circumventing the bylaw to not provide information ahead of time does provide that opportunity. I would argue that the bylaw had already been set up for that type of manner, because somebody could still walk in during a public hearing and ambush you with information and not provide it to administration ahead of the public hearing, and you would still be left in that situation of trying to figure out how to navigate that. So I guess both ways, there are a little bit of risk. Administratively, we feel that the public hearing process as established by legislation is intended for any and all information to be provided during that time frame. And ultimately it's up to council to determine how you want to proceed with the public hearing. When you receive that information, whether you want to recess, whether you want to reconvene at a later date, or whether you just want to say thanks for the information, why don't you verbally summarize what you have provided for us, and we will take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Nixon.
Could we maybe look at just adding just a clause that says at the discretion of the chair? Just that way, if somebody does come in with 6 binders worth of stuff, we can say, no, sorry, you can't have 6 binders worth of stuff that you're giving us on the day that we're supposed to be making this decision for you.
You certainly can. I would caution council that the public hearing process is fairly legislated for people to be able to provide any and all information that they feel. Council has the ability to set procedures around how that information is received and how long you're going to give them to discuss that information. But I think the risk to council of somebody walking in and saying, here's information I think is important to council during a public hearing, council saying, nah, we don't want to review that information at all, or it's too many pages of information, we don't want to review it, then does open yourselves up to judicial review on those decisions for not properly conducting your public hearing. So I think the better advice from my perspective, Jeff, feel free to jump in if I'm leading you down a path you're not comfortable with, is that, you know, the information is provided and like I said, council can weigh that out. Very similar to our appeals processes. The appeal process, anybody can walk in with any documentation, might be 1,000 pages of documentation. And ultimately it's up to the board to decide how they want to review that information, whether they want to take that recess, whether they want to just say, hey, thanks, give us that quick summary. But I think judicially, the risk is quite a bit higher to council to not hear somebody out than it is to just take in the information and determine how you want to proceed at that point in time.
So Christopher, can we add, because these bylaws are they're very important and I refer to them all the time for procedural fairness when I know it may be a difficult hearing, I can refer to this and make it very clear. Is there anywhere we could add some of the information that you've just stated as to, you know, depending on the volume of information provided, it may receive limited weight, or council may request that those bringing that information forward provide a verbal summary? Is there any way that we can, I'm just concerned that if someone wants to gazump a public hearing, you bring in a lot of information where council may not have the opportunity to read it all. And then at the end, they say there's not procedural fairness because the information provided at the public hearing wasn't given a sufficient due process. And now the province has actually taken away our ability in some cases to have a second public hearing. And so I mean, we haven't had a situation where we've been challenged on this, but I can see a situation arising. Is there any way we can safeguard that within putting a bit more verbiage around it?
I think maybe in section 3.03, you could, you know, recommend that, you know, for the greatest ability for council to review the information that is provided, you know, ahead of time as part of the agenda package. But again, I just caution you from putting in any commentary that says you're not going to give weight to somebody that brings in too much information, or you know, for an abundance of documentation that we're going to weigh it less than something that might be in the agenda package. So I think you could put a recommendation in there that people do provide it ahead of time so that council is given the utmost opportunity to review and research. But ultimately, the public hearing process as established is intentionally, I believe, set up that you can be bombarded with information. You could be bombarded with 300 people speaking to a file, and you would have to go through every single one of those if it was a well-coordinated event. So it doesn't really change whether it's documented or verbal. So, you know, ultimately we can build in some recommendation clauses if that's what council is wishing to do, but I would caution you from doing anything around saying that we're not going to give consideration or as much consideration if you try and bombard us with a 1,000-page document during the public hearing.
Okay, Councillor Lutz.
I just don't think it's fair to our citizens, because they could think that that is the process, like at least saying that you would be required to summarize or something, or you may be. There's rules around 5 minutes, and that's clear. So, you know, I just think it's fair to give them an expectation that if it's not in the agenda package, they need to do something about that, because there's no way we can absorb that information, and people have done it, and I just don't want them, I don't want people thinking that that's the process that they need to follow.
Okay, so I guess the other opportunity, I'm just looking at 4.09. We could always invoke 4.09 if council felt that they needed additional time to review any new information, that you could always recess the public hearing and keep the public hearing open. So if at some stage council felt like the volume of information was too great, or if it was something that wasn't already included, then we could always recess the public hearing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There are the options available to council on how you want to proceed once that information has been received. Like I said, you can take a quick recess to review it at that point in time, or you could say, this is just way too much information. We're not going to be able to get through it today. We think it's valuable to review it. Let's reconvene this public hearing at a later date.
Okay. Yeah, it's a tough one. Councillor Johnson.
Just a small, question, Christopher, on 5.03. When the suggested word was required, it read, that sentence read well. Now that the suggested word is recommended, would you entertain, the idea of just slightly rewording that sentence so that it flows a little better?
Sure, absolutely.
I can, make a suggestion if you wish.
So this is again, a bylaw. So any changes to the bylaw have to be made through motion. So if you want to suggest a change, then you can put a motion on the floor.
Thank you. I would move that, section 5.03, read, it is recommended that individuals that wish to speak through electronic means during a public hearing, pre-register to speak, and then so on, as that sentence finishes in the current agenda.
Okay, so Councillor Johnson, does that?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to amend bylaw number 0725, section 5.03 to read, it is recommended that individuals that wish to speak through electronic means during a public hearing pre-register to speak. And then the rest of is that clear to administration, the changes? Yeah, okay. So is there any discussion on this motion? No? Then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Is there any other changes to the bylaw? No? Seeing none, so we, Laura, we have second reading on the floor. I didn't take second reading, did I? Okay, so sorry about that. I should have asked for. Oh, I'm lost here. So sorry, Jeff, I need to understand. The first motion is that council approve the amendments, but we're granting second reading to the bylaw that is in our agenda package. So why do we need to approve the amendments?
Yeah, I think it was just drafted to reflect the amendments from first reading to second reading. However, you could alter the second motion to say grant second reading as contained in the agenda package.
But now we've made a motion to change
Yeah.
that. So
Just add as amended.
as amended?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So looking for a motion for second reading then. Councillor Fulton.
I'll move that council grant second reading to bylaw LU 07/25, establishing procedure and conduct of public hearings as amended.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? No, I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Sorry, Jeff?
Reeve, just for council goes to third reading, just clarification on the adjustment to the wording from Councillor Johnson. Typically, we offer council the opportunity to see the bylaw in its clean version with the amendments in. So if that's a requirement of council, let us know and we'll need to take a little bit of a break and come back with that.
So I'm just looking if anyone is opposed to deferring this until later in the agenda, just so we can see the complete bylaw. I don't think there's a need to defer it to another council agenda with the changes that have been made, but is there anyone opposed to deferring third reading until later in the agenda? No, seeing none. Okay, so we'll come back to 6.6. So we'll move on to 6.7, bylaw number 0925, establishing committees of council. Christopher, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, council reviewed this bylaw at the May 21st regular council meeting, provided first reading and requested some further amendments. Some of those amendments were asking administration to propose additional wording. So I will highlight those as we proceed through. Again, the track changes are changes from the last time you saw it until today. We'll start with the changes to the bylaw actually begin on page 183 of the agenda package. It's section 6.04. This was a request from council to put in some wording around how committees can communicate with provincial or federal agencies. So we have included the proposed wording here for council's consideration, essentially saying that if they have been established by council and are authorized to communicate with provincial or federal agencies, that all applicable correspondence sent by the committee to those agencies shall be circulated to council as an information item. And then all the way down to section 11.02, administration, when reviewing this bylaw again in more detail, just highlighted that the official notice policy has now transitioned to the advertising bylaw. So that's the proper terminology that should be used. And then section 11.04, there was some conversation at council last time around this clause as well. And so administration is recommending that we include the wording that has been highlighted there, that committees of council are required to vote in accordance with the requirements of the Municipal Government Act, whereas previously it was a mandatory inclusion for everybody to vote. Now there are exceptions within the MGA that allow for committee members as well as council members to determine when they should be voting. So those are the amendments, Your Worship, that have been provided, but I can answer your questions on anything that you may have.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for Christopher? Nope. So Jeff, I'm going to ask again on procedure. Sorry. If we grant second reading to the bylaw, I've always said the bylaw that we are voting on is the bylaw in the agenda package unless council alters the bylaw. So I'm still trying to figure out why we need to accept the amendments, because if we approve the bylaw, it is as per the agenda package. Is that not correct?
Yes, it is correct. Administration, the way that I review it is that council has provided first reading already to a bylaw. There's been no motion at this point in time to approve amendments to that bylaw. So if council passes a motion to grant second reading now to that bylaw, unless there's additional verbiage added to that motion, there will be no tracking provision for me to determine when those amendments had been made to the bylaw. So by passing a motion to approve amendments to the bylaw, whether those are specific amendments to section 3.03, 3.04, then at least we have that tracking to say, first reading was provided in this state, and this is how second reading is being presented. So an overarching motion to approve the amendments that have been presented for council's consideration, then provide that history for us between first and second reading.
Okay, so we do this before we go to second reading then?
Or you could do it at second reading and before third, but I would recommend it's before second.
Okay. I'm just changing stuff up on me. That's all right. So looking for the first motion to accept the amendments. Councillor Lutz.
Move that council approve the amendments to bylaw number 0925, establishing committees of council as presented.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Call the question, all in favor? And that motion's carried. And now we're looking for second reading. Councillor Lutz.
The council grant second reading to bylaw number 0925, establishing committees of council.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call the question, all in favor? And that motion's carried. And Councillor Lutz, would you like to give us third reading?
Sure, that council grant third reading to bylaw number 0925, establishing committees of council.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call the question, all in favor? And that motion's carried. And we will take a break till just after 10:30. the regular council meeting of June 11th. Laura, we're good to go? Perfect. Okay, and we are on 7.1, council directives.
Thank you, Reeve. On page 196 is our directive list, and it all fits on one page for this meeting. So if there's any questions on this page, happy to try and answer them or expand on any of the comments in the directives.
Perfect. Does council have any questions on page 196? No, seeing none. Jeff, is there any directives that you would like to draw council's attention to?
Nope, there's a couple of them that'll be coming up later in the agenda item, so we'll speak to those there.
Thank you. All right. And so we have a motion on page 195. Councilor Miller.
I'd move the council receive the council directives as information with appropriate action to be taken.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. So on to 8.1, policy 1008, reserves, Water Valley logging revenue. Christopher, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. As council is well aware, in 2024, council approved for us to do some selective logging on a half section located to the west of Water Valley. That project is almost complete now. There's just some remaining piles of brush that have to be dealt with later on in 2025. And there may still be, a couple of residual payments that might be coming through. To date, we have received just over $300,000 of revenue from the project, from the proceeds of that merchantable timber. And we are looking for direction from council as to how you wish to deal with that revenue. When we first had the conversation with council back in 2024, the discussion around the table was that council didn't want that money to just go into general revenue, that you wanted us to identify how that could be used again in the future. So we have provided at the bottom of page 197 some options for you to consider. Option number one is that council can find an existing reserve and place that money into the existing reserve that is listed in policy 1008. The second option is that you can create a new reserve that might align with previous discussions. And your third option is that you can just put it into general revenue, and Jen's team in corporate services will deal with it at the end of 2025 for you. It's our recommendation that when looking through the various reserve policies, that likely the reserve policy that makes the most sense is the existing Parks Reserve. Now, we did discuss the existing Parks Reserve a couple of council meetings back where council opened up the reserve to allow for funds to be used within a number of the county's other owned lands, not just specific parks, so that parks and day use areas may be considered together. And administration is recommending that council consider opening that reserve up even further to allow for any county-owned lands to be considered for funding out of that reserve, which would then open up things like the agricultural leases, which Water Valley's half section currently is. As you're aware, typically we do review a number of large fencing projects annually, and there are likely going to be some requests for water wells, solar watering systems coming up in the future. There may be projects coming up for future logging of ag leases that may not be revenue generating in the future as well. So administration does believe that it is in an opportune location to put the funds if that is what council is considering. I have provided on 198 your historical motions that have been made, and I have provided within the proposed policy on page 204 what amendments to the existing park facilities reserve would look like if council was considering of opening it up to all county-owned lands rather than just parks, campgrounds, and day use areas. And so you'll see a lot of commentary in there about opening it up for lands held for agricultural leases as well. I can certainly go through all of those changes, Your Worship, but that does highlight kind of the overall intention of the amendments to the reserve if council is considering of doing that. If not, we're just looking for some direction as to how you wish to proceed with those funds.
Okay, so let's first start with the reserve policy, because if council chooses not to move with that, that takes out one of the options. So let's first deal with the recommended policy changes to the reserves. Is there anyone opposed to changing the parks facility into county-owned lands and expanding that to all of the county-owned lands? No, I think it's a very good idea. So my question, is, I would like to see us, it's no surprise, I'd like to see us collapse the reserves a little bit more. Just looking, Christopher, at the next reserve, that is the environmental reserve. So this is on page 205. Is there any reason why we wouldn't collapse the environmental reserve as well into the county-owned lands? I mean, would there be a situation where we would spend, I know there's more in this. There's something about improving and educating the public in matters relating to the environment. I just don't know historically if we've done anything or pulled from this reserve.
Jen would probably know better for me than me as what's been pulled from the reserve. This reserve was set up because of the Legacy Land Trust conservation easements. That's really where the money came in. So I think the thought of council of the day was pull that money in and keep it specifically for those types of projects rather than reinvested into other parcels. From my perspective, I don't see a reason why it couldn't be collapsed into just because Jackson Lake and Campbell are county-owned lands anyways, so I don't see a reason for it if council is supportive, but Jen, did you have anything you wanted to add to it, or?
The only thing I would add is that we have been using this environmental reserve to fund those county-owned land improvements, that 40,000, 50,000 per year, depending on what's up for that specific year. And the funds were due to run out here in 2027. So I think that it would be appropriate to move them over.
It seems like we wouldn't really do any environmental approvals unless it was on county-owned lands anyways. So it seems like it would be a good collapse to me, but I'll just look for any other councillors' input. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I think we could collapse the environmental reserve into the Park and County lands, because like you say, it would always be used on county-owned lands anyway.
Mm-hmm. And then I don't know what the education portion of this is, of what the environmental reserve was meant to be. And I don't know if we've ever used any kind of educational avenue out of the reserve funds, but it seems to me there would be other avenues. We could still put that in the reserve and if we chose to, but I don't think we've ever used it. So what would be, if this is council direction, then Christopher, what would be the recommendation? Is council give direction to combine the environmental reserves in with the new county-owned policy and then bring that back for a subsequent council meeting, and then we can deal with where the funds for the Water Valley logging go at that point? Is that?
Yeah, I think that's probably advisable because there are, probably some more significant wording changes. So rather than sit here and try and wordsmith it to make it all work, I think just one motion to provide direction to amend policy 1008 to combine the environmental reserve and the newly formed county-owned lands reserve in return of council's consideration would be acceptable.
Okay, so I know Laura's kind of typing that all out. So then we'll put that on the screen and then see whether or not that's a motion that any of our councillors would like to put forward. Councillor Johnson.
If we collapse them, could we include some verbiage in the policy statement of the new reserve that would enhance the use of the funds to include environmental projects? I guess I'm thinking not specifically the Westward Ho Park project, but just any projects that would have an environmental flavor.
So I think that the current existing environmental reserve says this reserve fund is to fund environmental related projects.
Yeah.
So perhaps if we provide direction and bring this back to the next council meeting, then at that time we can go through the wording and make sure that council is satisfied with the content of that newly developed reserve policy.
Yeah.
And then make those changes at that time.
Thank
Would
you.
that be acceptable, Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Harris, I'm going to let you, make those changes. This has become your motion.
Sure.
So Councilor Harris, I think what you're intending to say is that we would amend policy 1008 reserves to combine the environmental and parks reserves into the newly proposed county-owned lands reserve. Is that what you're striving to accomplish? Because the
Yeah.
two reserves that exist are environmental and parks. The county-owned land one doesn't exist yet. We were contemplating creating it.
Yep, that's.
Yep. So Councillor Harris, does this reflect your motion?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. So the motion then reads that council direct administration to amend policy 1008 reserves to combine the environmental and parks reserve into the new proposed county-owned land reserve.
Sorry, can we just say environmental reserve and parks reserve because they're two separate things, not one fluid?
Okay, so there's a suggestion. I'm just going to say, is there anyone opposed to making that change? Nope. Okay. Yep. So the motion reads that council direct administration to amend policy 1008 reserves to combine the environmental reserve and the parks reserve into the newly proposed county-owned lands reserve. All right. Any further discussion? Okay. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And Jeff, do I need a motion for deferral of this, or we'll just bring this back with that direction? And then we don't need to make a decision on the Water Valley funds at this point.
Yeah, we can defer all the other items, so you can have a motion to defer it, or if you just don't deal with it, it'll be deferred by default as well.
Okay, we'll just defer it by default. All right, is there anything else on 8.1 that anyone would like to address? No. We'll move on to 9.1, shoulder pulling report. Ryan, please.
Good morning. Hold on a second. Presented to you is a report that we wrote in operational services as a response to some questions that council had asked us on May 21st. So I'm just going to quickly go through and verbalize the report and if there's any questions as I'm going, just ask me and we'll stop and we'll discuss it. So when we're looking at the shoulder pulls that we do and all of our road maintenance that we do, our most important part is drainage. Draining a gravel road is the most important thing that we can do. It's more important than graveling the road. It's more important than the other maintenance activities that we do, because without drainage, the road will just go soft. So when we're talking about the shoulder pulls, we have to dovetail in the fact that when they're doing the shoulder pulls, the actual real goal of it is to reestablish the crown of the road. So the crown of the road is when we bank the road up like this and the middle is higher than the shoulders. So, Laura, you want to go to the next page with that picture there? So I stumbled across this picture in one of our manuals that we have, and it really shows the top picture is what majority of roads look like. The county graders just continue to grade the road. You can see you get that little lip on the edge where the grass is. That's on either side, and the road starts to look like a football. And when the county graders go, especially in the spring when we're doing shoulder pulls, the idea is to cut that grass out, however far we have to go, to reestablish the drainage on the road to make it look more like the second picture with that very typical road cross section. So when you're driving around and you're looking at gravel roads, you'll see this instance with the secondary ditching, they call it, on the shoulders of the road that holds the water. That water goes into the road, the shoulders become soft, and then that softness starts to migrate into the middle of the road, and you get a blow up. You get washboard, you get those sort of things. So do you want to go to the next one? Next page there, Laura. So this isn't on a gravel road, but this was probably the most dramatic example I could find in my repertoire of pictures of secondary ditching. So if you don't cut that little edge of the road, you can see this is on Range Road 25 north of the White Pit. You can see where the water is just starting to cut that road right out. And that softness of that road is migrating into the middle of the road. And you can see that chip seal there is all failing. So when we're doing the shoulder pulls, this is like the far out example of what we are trying to miss. Now, this one here obviously is impacted because of the guardrail. The crews can't get out there and reestablish that drainage, but it was the best picture I could find about that. So when they're doing the shoulder pull, there's a couple different kinds of shoulder pulls that we do. We see the one that caused the issues on Range Road 12. That is the guys going and the gals, the operators going out, and they're going out almost to the edge of the road right away to reestablish that drainage. That drainage is impacted so much that they need to work the entire shoulder to get the road back into that template that we showed earlier. So it's kind of what has been described to me by the operators. They said it's like trimming your hedge. Sometimes you have to trim your hedge far beyond where you'd want it to be and let it to grow back to where you want it to look like. So they're cutting that out. When they're doing that, they do it a couple different ways. When they're doing the major shoulder pulls, lots of times they'll try and run that material down to the bottom of the ditch and then relay it back out. And then other times when they're doing the top of the road, they don't have a whole lot of choice. It's bringing that material up on the road and then working it. So I have some photos in there of that. So these pictures here that Laura has up there, that's us doing a shoulder pull in 2016. This was a really big shoulder pull. This is behind well, I say Cargill, but the elevator down on 292. We were working in there. So on this one, the operators started to work the shoulder of the road and it just was not working for them. So they started going further and further out. And in this area of the county, there's a lot of topsoil that they were dealing with. So how we got more involved in is that they started really drowning in the black dirt. They couldn't deal with the amount of black dirt with the equipment that they were using. So we had to bring some additional equipment out. You want to roll down a little bit? So to assist them, we had to bring the little cat out so we could help them push the black dirt so they could get that material. I'm gonna go down next one, Laura. We had to bring a discer out, disc the road, get all blast all that grass out of the road. And then we let it sit for a bit, we relayed it. And then you want to go to the next one, Laura? That's what it looked like in the end. So to do to that level, and obviously this road was re-gravelled too right after. You can see the grader tracks in there. Like this was a major shoulder pull going all the way out to the edge of the road right away to reestablish all of the positive drainage that we could do. The road's got that nice template look to it. You can see it in the picture. The ditch has been manicured out. Now to do that kind of work, that took almost 2 weeks. And we did about 4 miles. So 2 graders, a couple pieces of equipment. It's a big ordeal. So when we were doing this, I want to roll down to the next picture down. This is the equipment we had at the time. We had this discer that you see on the back of the grader. We used to have lots of these discers. We had about 6 of them. And probably the county bought them like early 90s. And we used them. They were pretty effective. They mounted on the snow wing. But as graders changed, we couldn't use them anymore because they didn't fit on our machines. When we'd fold them up, they'd knock the windshields out of the grader. So we went on kind of a research and I want to go down to the next one. We found these ones down in Montana and we started buying them. They mount out in the front of the grader. The guys can see them better and they can work that material. Plus they can blade the road at the same time as they're disking the material. So we have 4 of these in our fleet right now of these discers that we mount on the graders. We have 1 in each quadrant and Alvin's plan, my plan is to purchase more of these going forward in the future. Just so you know, we have 4 of these things. We're one of the only municipalities that has them. And during the summertime, all kinds of counties phone us and ask if they can come borrow them. And we always let them borrow them, usually in about August when we're done doing our shoulder pulls. They come down to the yard in Didsbury, they'll load them up, they'll go put them on their graders, and they'll go try them out just to see how they work. So going down, the next one, Laura. With those front mount diskers, this is Range Road 14 in Didsbury after we got them. So you can see, remember the last pictures, we worked the entire right of way of the road when we were learning how to use them. This is just us working that shoulder, trying to put that crown back in the road. We were just trying to make everything work from the shoulder and not do any re-graveling when we were doing it. So we picked this one because it's pretty flat and it gets pushed out pretty far. And we worked it with just one machine for about 3 days. And we were able to get these results. So we're kind of in the middle on how we do things. It's like I said, it just depends on the condition of the gravel road and how much effort it takes to work that road. So next, that one there, I just took some pictures of when this request came in of where we'd been shoulder pulling already this year. So this one's on Range Road 54, just north of Anderson Valley Ranch. So one operator, one day, pulled almost a kilometer of road. And you can see he pulled the road. The road itself wasn't bladed. He just worked that drainage. This is kind of going up a long hill. So the water travels down the ditch a long ways. So, and especially in the West Country, we got material is highly erodible in comparison to what we have in the East Country. So he just worked this one shoulder by himself to get this all cleared up. You want to go down to the next one, Laura? So we did the same here, Township 290. This is just above Winchell Lake, same operator, pulling that shoulder there, reestablishing that drainage, and then further down the road, want to go down to the next one, Laura? Worked that same shoulder all the way down, same sort of instance where a lot of traffic on this gravel road. The gravel road's been getting pushed out. The drainage is being impacted. We get a lot of complaints about this specific gravel road in this division about the condition of it. We get complaints every time we have any sort of weather, snow, rain, whatever, wind. This road is definitely pops up as complaints. And it's tough because of the trees and stuff. So the operator is doing their best. You can see this one here. They've worked this shoulder so hard that there isn't even any vegetation left anywhere in the ditch or on the side slope. Rolling down, this is Range Road 45, just north of Township 292, where they recut that one on both sides as well. Just getting that drainage back out. We did this one here was more the intersection was getting washboardy. So the more they were working that washboard, the more they were creating that ditch, that secondary ditch on the side of the road. So in the springtime, they just went and blasted the whole thing out and then recut the road and reestablished that shape. And then the last ones we'll go over is kind of the smaller shoulder pulls we do. So this is kind of a beginning, middle, and end. So this is us working the road with the disker. You can see there's that lip that's there with that grass and that gravel. And the operator there through the winter time is the gravel from the traffic and from the snow plow and stuff like that starts to migrate all that gravel over to the shoulder of the road. That's just from us pushing the snow, blading it, and just the traffic moves that gravel over. So he can't directly move that gravel back to the center of the road because that little lip will get even worse. So that grass there is full of gravel, full of other things. So want to roll down to the next one, Laura? So the operator disked it with the disker and then pulled all that material onto the road. So you see all the hunks of grass and sod, and those are the things that when the operators do this work, our phones light up. They're like, what's this guy doing? Why is he pulling those dirt onto the road? There's just only so many ways to do it. Either he's got to blow all that gravel into the ditch that's there, or he brings it up on the road and starts to separate it. And then go to the last one, Laura. And then you can see they worked it. You can see there's still little bits of sod and things like that on the shoulder of the road, but they disked it, they pulled it up on the road, and then they brought the gravel all the way back across and then brought it back over to reestablish that nice crown, and that's the end result. So I know this is our desired result when we're doing these roads. I know that the public perception sometimes is, what are they doing? Why did they do this? But it is what we do and it is what we're trying to do. They're not doing anything that we're not hoping that they're going to do to get the desired results in the end. But that being said, we also understand that there are been some complaints and especially on Range Road 1-2, we've been caught 2 years in a row on this road doing a major shoulder pull with 2 graders, and we've got caught with rain and weather. One right before the councillor pancake breakfast, which was good because they had a direct ability to tell their councillor what they felt about it. And the other one here this spring. So I have met with the operators and I'm going to meet with the operators again after we have this discussion with council. We have to do this work. We have to do this work in order to do it, but there are things that we can do a little bit differently. So we're going to try and limit how we pull the material up onto the road. On the Range Road 1-2, for example, like they were pulling a lot of the material up onto the road. And we said, you know, maybe it's best to, if you're going to get into it with 2 graders, not to pull that much material on the road because you guys can bury yourselves really deep, really quick. With 1 grader, it's a lot harder for them to get themselves into that sort of trouble really quick. And we said, you know, it says if you're out there with the 2 machines, we have a small scraper that we run behind our tractors that we bought just for doing these ditches that fits in the ditch that like windrow it up, leave it there, let it dry out. We'll come through and pick it up either with that machine or with the track hose later on in the season, which does mean that as elected officials, if we do that tactic, you're going to get a lot of phone calls from your ratepayers going, why is all this dirt piled in the ditch? And when are you going to come clean it up? We'll come clean it up. We'll get to it. That's one option that we can do. Another option is if we pull the material on the road, the operators, and they're usually pretty good about this, is about getting the re-gravel trucks lined up pronto to come bury that. And like the Range Road 1-2, they did come and re-gravel that after we had the road turned to pretty much mud on us from the dirt that they pulled onto the road. Then, you know, looking at the weather forecast and knowing when it's going to rain, it's not always super easy, but lots of times rain is forecasted, that they need to get that stuff covered up before it rains. The other one we talked about with the operators is if we're doing shoulder pulls, is only do them on roads that are part of the re-gravel program. We re-gravel about, you know, 500 kilometers of road a year. There's no way we're going to pull 500 kilometers of road in a year. We just don't have the manpower to do that sort of that aggressive of an activity, but maybe focus in more on those roads that are going to get re-graveled, work with the re-gravel crew, do it before the re-graveling comes. We'd like to try and do that maybe later in the season, but in the springtime, it's difficult when the operators want to do the majority of these pulls in the spring before the grass grows, when everything's dead and dry and soft and easy to cut. But we'll work on that. The one that the operator said is close the road while we do the work. Keep it closed like we do when we do construction. And when we're done, it'll be perfect and reopened again, which is an option to us if we're creating a hazard to the public. But the residents, there's very few miles of road out there that don't have residents that live on them. And you're always going to have some introduction of local traffic that you have to deal with. But that was one of the ones that the operators came up with. They said, just shut it down for us. It's way easier for us. We can do it way faster if there's no people on the road, and we can do it like that. We try to not shut roads down for this sort of work, but it's something that they asked us about. And then purchasing additional grader discs for the graders is one of the other options. They said this, we could avoid doing larger shoulder pulls in the future if we're working the shoulders of the roads on a more regular basis and not getting ourselves into a situation where we have to go in and do some of those larger pulls. And that one is a difficult one to describe if that would be successful or not. Of course, you're going to see positives from us doing that work. You're going to see stronger, harder roads. To say we'd reduce the amount of major shoulder pulls we do, I can't say that would be, you know, 100% guaranteed, but you'd see stronger roads. So, that was a lot. Couple pages of stuff. Is there any questions that council has about this program and what we're doing out there when it comes to shoulder pulls?
Councillor Fulton.
So thank you, Ryan, for such a detailed analysis. I appreciate that, but unfortunately, your pictures don't do justice to what happened on Range Road 12. Like their finished product in these pictures is much better than what the outcome was on Range Road 12 in the past 2 years. They just managed to bring up so much light, fluffy material. So it was very soft, fluffy, and then the rain just turned it into a mess. So if we go back to page 240, so we're talking about Range Road 12, 304. So 2 graders worked this road for 2 weeks. So if it wouldn't have rained, would it have taken them the 2 weeks or not? That's my first question, because they did it and then there was a couple of days and then it rained and it went to mud. So if I'm for 2 weeks at 40 hours a week, that was, 10,800 per grader for the 2 weeks. So would they have needed to be there for 2 weeks if we wouldn't have had the rain?
So they had probably, about 2 days of cleanup after the rain. They went and bladed if you have never seen the pictures of it, it was a mud mess. It wasn't very good. We're not denying that. So they probably had 2 days of extra cleanup to do to prepare the road for the re-gravel trucks who came through about 2 days. Well, it was about 2 days after the rain. So they definitely added a handful of days onto that length of time they were working that road.
So, and further, so was that road segment, was that part of the re-gravel program or no? Or did they just have to put the gravel on it because it just went so poorly?
They had to put the gravel on it because it went so poorly. I don't have the re-gravel program up in front of me to tell you if it was a part of the re-gravel program this year. I know we did some re-graveling, some spot re-graveling last year, but we do have spot re-graveling in the budget for the operators. So a graderman can phone in to the gravel foreman and say, I'm working this piece of road. Can you send me a couple trucks of gravel at this location that they can just go do that sort of work?
So I guess finally, from my perspective, when we got down to page 245 and your recommendations, I would think that if you're going to end up doing some of these fairly significant roads, I would like to see it in conjunction with the re-gravel. So then you're not dipping into your spot gravel to offset it if the weather doesn't play nice with us and we get a bunch of rain on it before it can get worked back in. But it's just that can be very challenging when you start pulling up that much sod and fine materials up onto the road, and it just makes it treacherous. And even when it's dry, it's quite powdery and dusty and stuff. So, and I guess my only other suggestion would be like closing the road would be ideal, but there was some commentary that, maybe, like, I know we have signs, so maybe we should put some signs up to say that, a day or two in advance that road work is going to be happening. I don't think residents need to be told, explicitly that it's going to be a shoulder pull, but at least a signage on it that indicate that there'd be road work so that they would at least be aware, as opposed to like all of a sudden they come home from work and it's all what happened here, right? So.
Hey, Councillor Letts.
Doing kind of stole some of my thunder on the signage part, but I'm going to print this report and keep it for sure. Thank you so much for doing it, because the people that called me last year, I might even just take it to them so they know what we were doing. They were quite concerned about safety, just because if there was a younger driver or they felt it was a hazard. So I think if you did do a partial closure or something, they were concerned about people not familiar with the road, hitting that road and wiping out on a motorcycle or whatever. So some degree of signage, I think, would be good, versus them just thinking we have a new grader operator that doesn't know what the heck they're doing. So I like that idea too. And thank you.
Yeah, I took the stock trailer on some of the roads in Rocky View last year, right after the rain, and they're just greasy. Like the difference between what the east deals with and what the west deals with is unbelievable. After rain, we have to watch out for the boulders that work their way to the surface, and you guys have to watch out for the greasy roads. But I think we also have to just appreciate that rain just causes issues, and that's just going to be, people hopefully that are driving around the neighborhoods here realize that things get very greasy in the east, and they're going to have to adjust their speeds and everything accordingly. Councillor Miller.
To me, it wasn't the grease so much, it was the ridges. Because we don't get rain out east either, just saying.
We're not getting rain anywhere now. Councillor Miller.
Ryan, thanks for the report. In reading that, I look at the gravel pull and how it's done. It's interesting to see that it's not just a one-step process. You put the gravel up, you take it back, so there's multiple passes that are on each of these roads. And I think that's maybe the part that a lot of residents don't understand is you're building their crown back up. It's not just dumping all the grass and weeds right at the edge. So thank you.
The operator said lots of times when they're doing this, especially like in the last ones, that there is a lot of gravel in that shoulder that they want to try and save, that they want to pull back on the road to help them, bring it back over to bring that crown, because they just can't keep cutting and cutting and cutting. And then that's where that sod and those grass lumps and things like that get spread on the road that we always get lots of complaints about come from. And it's a lot of, the guys that, they're sitting in the operators, because not just guys, they're sitting in the machine, they're blading the same roads all the time, and they're always thinking about what they need to do better. What am I going to, next time when I come on this road, how am I going to change it? Do I start on the other way? Do I work this? They're always kind of making a mental plan in their mind, in which we want to try to encourage them to keep doing that, so that, we're not trying to do it in the office for them too.
Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I just want to say, number 5, great report, Ryan. I was blessed because I got to ride around with Foreman when I first got elected, who gave me the education on gravel 101. So I kind of knew about shoulder pulls. But I certainly support number 5, looking at coming budgets to purchase additional discs, because clearly, like a lot of things, ongoing maintenance is going to be a lot better than waiting until something gets so bad that now it takes a much more intensive operation to get the shoulder fixed. So I would certainly support seeing some additional greater discs in the budget next year.
Hey, Councillor Bolton.
So Ryan, there's a question. Do we not have Packer wheels that mount to the back of the grader? Or did we have at one time?
We did. We had them on every grader back about, 10 years ago or so. We had some issues. The operators weren't sold on them. And we had some also issues with some warranty things with finning on them as well. It is another system that people use with the rubber tires that come off the back, but we weren't 100% success story on them. I'm a proponent of it, but the operators weren't. So the previous director, we removed them all and took them to the auction and sold them all.
Well, just leading into that question is that, so when you're pulling, the road's pulled up and you move it back and forth, would the ability to have that on the back when you're moving that gravel left to right and right to left to be able to pack it some? Because like when we do a shoulder pull, lots of that material tends to be kind of fluffy, is there any advantage to that packing behind that? To pack it down and instead of waiting for vehicle traffic to help pack it back down, or like what? I know there's all possibilities, but I mean, just one more thing to hang on to the grader, right? One in the front, one in the middle, one in the back. Like I just another way just to try to reduce the fluffiness immediately is all I'm thinking.
So yes, that is the addition of, you had a water truck, you spray with water, you run the rubber tired packer on there. It would do wonders. We do have other pneumatic packers, like the ones we use on the base stabilization crew, that in the springtime when that crew's not running, that could be used on these things. You would see an immediate impact to the road conditions from doing the work, because it's going to set the gravel. Long term, it's not going to make a lot of difference to it, but in the short term, in the first couple of weeks, it would make a big difference to it.
Okay, Councillor Lutz.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could maybe if communications would be interested in putting this, you have winter road maintenance, maybe a summer road maintenance. So when I can't find the report, I can direct people to the website. If you're interested in sharing that information more broadly, I think it'd be helpful.
Yeah, I can work with Christopher's team on that.
A how-to shoulder pull video.
Well, and just for knowledge sake, like all rural municipalities do this kind of work and everyone does it a little differently. Like if you go to Provost or Camrose County, like it's a different ball of wax altogether. They're pulling large amounts of material on the road, pretty much rototilling it on the road, sending it back out. Like when I worked at Starland County, that's what we did too. Everyone approaches it a little differently. And especially it depends on your road network. In Mountain View County, we have a lot of hard surface roads that take a lot of the traffic and take a lot of the pressure off of our gravel roads. And a lot of those other counties, especially when you guys are at RMA and you're talking to your counterparts in some of the municipalities, and they'll tell you what they do. In a lot of those municipalities, they don't have that kind of road network, and the gravel roads are the ones that are pushing that bulk of that work. And because there's so much heavy traffic on the gravel roads, they are more aggressively working on these programs than we currently do.
Okay,
Just one last question. When you get so much black dirt, do you have to haul it away?
Yes. So we get a lot of black dirt. We've done it numerous times. We'll come in most of the time with the track hoe and we'll just windrow it all up in the ditch, leave it there. We'll pick it up and we'll talk to the landowners who are close, see if they want it. Most of them don't want it because it's full of gravel. And if we can't find someone close who wants it, we'll haul it back to the gravel pit and we stack it there and we'll use it for reclamation sometime in the future.
okay. Is there any other questions for Ryan? If not, we have a motion on page 233. Councillor Lutz.
I move that council accepts the shoulder pulling report as information with no further action to be taken.
Thank
Except
you.
put it on the website.
Just to qualify that before we make the vote, that I know Ryan's working on that, and I don't think we need to put it into motion there to try to fiddle with his process, but I mean, if from an education standpoint, if that can be helpful and maybe the adoption of some signage, but I don't want to, put that into a motion. I think they can work with that within their own scope, so.
Yeah, I think it'd be difficult for council to direct administration to do signage because I don't think every job probably requires the signage. So, but I encourage councillors that if they're having issues with their residents, please let operations know as soon as, and then operations can also learn quickly which jobs are probably more likely to require signage than those that don't. So just continue to connect.
Don't worry, Ryan's phone lights up with pictures and stuff there when things go sideways in my area anyway, it goes just directly to Ryan there, so.
Perfect. All right. So with that, we have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the motion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And Ryan, thank you to you and your staff. That was a great report. 9.2, policy 4002, naming of county roads. Christopher, please.
Thank you, Worship. This begins on page 247 of your agenda package. The county currently maintains policy number 4002, which is the naming of county roads policy, has given some direction to administration on how we deal with naming county roads after notable individuals, in which listing of roadways has official approvals for that. Administratively, we've had some conversations around county subdivisions, new subdivisions as they're being approved through the development process, and which regulations or guidance do we have from council on how we deal with naming of those types of assets. So administratively, we've discussed the potential of including subdivisions within policy number 4002. There's some logical connections in the verbiage that has been provided so that that type of direction can be provided to administration on how we navigate that. So policy number 4002 has some recommended amendments. Those are tracked in blue and red. Sorry for the multiple colors, but it is all just changes from the current policy. So on page number 248, you'll see the policy statement. Pretty simple, just adding in that there will be direction for roads and subdivisions. The purpose we have included is to make sure that there's a consistent approach for applications to name or rename a county roadway or subdivision. And then in the principles, they're just adding in subdivisions anywhere that it is applicable. Down into the procedure, adding a definition there for subdivision, which comes from planning and development's information. And then you'll see in section number 4 is a substantial inclusion of just some guidance that administration would recommend council to consider that we would include for guidelines guidelines for subdivision naming. Again, this is all contingent on council wanting to provide these guidelines and being comfortable with them being included within the existing policy 4002. But if council is, then these are the recommendations that administration has for inclusion. As you look down into the schedule, for those that probably aren't aware, on pages 252 through 254, those are the existing approved names from the county, most of which you likely have seen in your travels or have heard Ryan referencing. So I guess that concludes my presentation, Your Worship. Just a question for council, if you are interested in providing the guidance, if so, if policy 4002 is the appropriate place, and if so, are you comfortable with the recommendations that administration has proposed?
Okay, so let's start with the policy. So the track changes is on 248. Is there any questions for Christopher on the policy? No? Councillor Miller.
Just one question. Currently subdivisions in planning, can you just name them whatever you want? There's no real guidelines for subdivisions?
Yes, there currently aren't any guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So let's go on to the procedure in case there is anything, any discussions in the procedure that spark some discussion on the policy again. So track changes on the procedure starts on page 250. Is there any questions for Christopher on the procedure? Seeing none?
Just one quick question. So we were to adopt this, then the list of named roads, then there'd have to be a list of named business parks, subdivisions, et cetera, correct?
That would be our intent, is once, if council is comfortable with the proposed, then we would include within the procedure with Jeff's blessing, the listing of the existing subdivision approved names.
And have we had any requests for naming of roads or subdivisions in the last 5 years?
So we do have the development just on the quarter section west of Natuk Crossing that's existing developed. So they just worked with us administratively and determined that they will continue using Natuk Crossing. So that wasn't anything that we brought forward to council, but that's when we realized we really don't have a process that may be appropriately outlining it for an applicant on how a subdivision name is chosen.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a couple of motions. So on page 247, Councillor Harris.
I'll move the council approve policy 4002, naming of county roads and subdivisions, and accept procedure 4002-01, naming of county roads and subdivisions as information.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And I believe 9.3 is first in a closed session, or is it not?
It is, Your Worship.
Yes, so we will come back to that.
I would highlight, Your Worship, if you wanted to see the amendments to the bylaw, they have been provided and are ready for council consideration if you're looking for something before the RCMP delegation.
Okay, let's go back to 6.6 bylaw number 725, establishing procedures of conduct of public hearings.
Let's give Laura a moment here to pull up. So the change requested by Councillor Johnson is included now. In section 5.03 is the change, Laura. And you can see the change has been included, that it is recommended that individuals that wish to speak through electronic means during a public hearing pre-register to speak, and then the content continues as previously presented.
Okay, is there any questions? All right. And so when we put third reading on the floor, is it as amended or?
As presented should
As
be fine,
presented.
because that's the version you're seeing on the screen. And so if council wants a printed copy, or you want to go through it slower on the Word version on the screen, that'll be at council discretion.
Okay, so we have a suggestion that the motion be as presented. So I'll look if any councillors would like to make that motion. Councillor Nixon.
I move that council grant third reading to bylaw number 0725, establishing procedure and conduct of public hearings as presented.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? No? Seeing none, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. We will move on to 9.4, fundraising golf tournaments. Christopher, please.
Page 261 of your agenda package, your worship. So there are 4 requests contained within this RFD that Josie's done a great job of highlighting for you, the various sponsorship opportunities that may be available. Out of the listing here, historically, council has provided sponsorship to the Play for Sundry Kids Golf Tournament, as well as to the Mountain View Seniors Housing Golf Tournament. I would highlight when we get to the Mountain View Seniors Housing one, if council is considering sponsoring that event once again, there are limited sponsorships available. We have an updated listing from Mountain View Seniors Housing as of this morning as to which ones are still available if council wishes to consider. So maybe I'll pause on that one until we get there, but there are the 4 that have been presented for council's consideration.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
Just as a place to start the discussion, if you like. Because there are the 4 to include, my suggestion for the farmers and farmerettes bonds or tournament is that for the Bonspiel, we gave them 500. I thought it would be consistent if we included 500 for that. The Play for Sundry Kids last year was 500, so I recommended that for this one. And I think it's the first time that we've seen the Sundry, the Southern Alberta RCMP tournament. My suggestion for that was 500 as well, just that then it's consistent across the 3. And that Mountain View Seniors Housing last year was 1,500. So I just put it as 1,500 for this year as well. So those are just some suggestions.
Okay, so Christopher, maybe walk us through what's still available for the Mountain View Senior Housing.
Yeah, so for seniors housing, what is still available are the hole-in-one sponsorships. They are for a price of $1,500. That allows for the county to have a signage on the hole, a representative if council so wishes. And then the other option available is for a team sponsorship. Those are for $2,000. And that includes the ability for councillors to participate in the tournament as well. I believe 4 spots. And there are a number of those still available, as well as for individual sponsorships of $250 each if a councillor just wishes to golf.
And what about the prize sponsorships, Christopher, for $250?
Yeah, we could also do those.
Okay, so would it be an option to do 2 prize sponsorships for $500?
Yep, it would be.
Okay. Councillor Fulton.
So Christopher, like on the hole-in-one there, it requires some insurance. Have we ever done hole-in-one sponsorship? And does our insurance that we have, does that take that in, or was that be an additional cost to us?
I'm not sure if we've ever done it. Typically, it's an additional cost. I don't believe that that would be contained with our existing insurance unless Jeff has additional information, but I believe that would be something we would have to look into for additional pricing.
Okay, so there has been, oh, sorry, Councillor Harris.
This is gonna sound funny, but I would like to look at meal sponsorship. Yeah, I know it's small, but the problem I have is when we're donated taxpayers' dollar and part of the payback are drinks. If we go for dinner, we can't use county money to buy a drink. We shouldn't be using county money to get drinks supplied. And then possibly if we want to stay at 1,500, a couple of $250 prize sponsorships to make the total up to same as last year at $1,500.
Hey, so my suggestion is we do all of them at 500, only because we're getting more and more and more of these. So we've got 2 more that we didn't have before. And I do think that Mountain View County supports Mountain View Senior Housing significantly. And the more we get, we're going to have to try and figure out how to make the dollars spread a little bit further. And again, it is only June. So I would anticipate that we're still going to get a lot more requests for things coming in future. So let's just start with the first one. I think Councillor Johnson had some suggestions for the first 3, and then we can review Mountain View Senior Housing at the end. So Councillor Johnson, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I'll go one at a time if
Sure.
that works.
Yes.
Can I make a comment first, just because it may, sorry, I wanted to talk about the first one
Okay.
before we got, and I'm gonna gather the ire of the farmers and farmerettes, but we also support we already support their curling at Bonspiel. The other 3 are all charities. It's money that's going for something, from what I can read, unless somebody can inform me different, farmers and farmerettes is simply to pay for the golf tournament. I don't see any funds going anywhere that would be classed as charity. So although the subject on the RFD is fundraising golf tournaments, 3 of them go to some form of charity. The first one does not.
Okay, so Christopher, do you want to give us any information on that, please?
Yeah, just wanted to highlight for clarification, Josie and I did look into it, and the farmers and farmerettes grouping that runs the golf tournament is actually a different farmers and farmerettes that runs the Bonspiel. So they're 2 different distinct groups, I guess, that are running each individual event, if that has any bearing on council's decision.
And so does that mean that funds are allocated to charities, or how can you, sorry, explain that to us?
Can't comment on that, unfortunately, unless Josie wants to jump in, but just into running the event is the information I'm being provided.
Okay, so it's a good catch, Councillor Harris. I mean, just to fund a golf tournament without it going back to a good cause doesn't seem like it's a good use of taxpayer dollars, but I'll look for a motion on that one, or if we don't make a motion, then we don't need a motion. I don't think, Jeff, is that correct? So if we choose not to fund one and we don't make a motion for it, then it's just for information. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, we don't have to address it if we choose not to.
Yeah, if you choose not to, you don't need any motion.
Okay, Councillor Lutz.
Just on the farmers Bonspiel, it heavily subsidizes farmer participation. So I imagine that this is probably same theory as you're supporting the farming community to it's not for profit, but you know, it sponsors meals throughout the week and everything to bring farmers together. So it's kind of connection thing. I don't really know anything about this golf tournament, but I'm thinking it's probably around the same theory.
Okay, well, I'll look for a motion if someone wants to make a motion. Otherwise, we can move on to the next one. So, otherwise, Councillor Johnson, do you want to do the Play for Kids?
Sure. I would move that council approves the sponsorship in the amount of $500 for the Play for Sundry Kids annual golf tournament held on July 19th, 2025.
Thank you. And just looking at this, Christopher, do you want council to choose? I mean, there, for instance, for this one, the $500 is a whole sponsor, but do you want us to include what council wants on that, or is the funding good enough?
If council has specific things that they wish to sponsor, absolutely. If you're just making a blanket $500, then administratively, we will figure out how to make that work with the opportunities that are listed by there. So
Okay.
really only need to know if councilors are looking to golf in it, then we would obviously purchase tickets to be able to golf, or if there's specific packages that council wishes for us to purchase.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for $500 for the Sundry Kids Annual Tournament. Is there any further discussion on this? Not, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And now we have the RCMP Charity Classic. Councillor Harris.
I'll move the council approve a sponsorship in the amount of $500 for the second annual Southern Alberta District RCMP Golf Charity Classic to be held on August 11th, 2025.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on that motion? No, then I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And then we have the Mountain View Senior Housing. Councillor Nixon.
I would move that council approves a sponsorship in the amount of $500 for the Mountain View Seniors Housing Foundation 15th Annual Golf Classic held on September 11th, 2025.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that? Okay, I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And one last time, is there any appetite to do a motion for the farmers and farmerettes? No? Okay. Seeing none, then that takes us to the end of 9.4. Looking at whether or not we were having anyone else join us for the delegation. Perfect. Then we will move to, because we definitely want to respect your time. We know how busy you are and we thank you for coming. So we are on the delegation 5.2, the RCMP quarterly report delegation. So with that, maybe if I could just ask you to come up, introduce yourselves to us, and then I'll actually first I'll ask council to introduce themselves just so everyone knows. I think we're pretty familiar, but Councillor Fulton.
Good morning, Dwayne Fulton, Division 1, so Carstairs area. Go west to Range Road 35, so that's partially in the Cremona area, but all served by Didsbury Detachment.
Tiffany Nixon, councillor for Division 4, so Bergen, and then all the way up east to Zella, and then almost to the edge of Didsbury.
Good morning, Peggy Johnson, Division 6, which is Eagle Valley, Eagle Hill, and Westford Hope.
Thank you. And Angela Albers, I am the Division 5 councillor for surrounding Sundry and the Reeve.
Hi, Alan Miller, Division 3, Didsbury and area up to the Amarada Road.
I'm Jennifer Lutz, Division 7, so kind of old surrounding area out to Neil.
And again, thanks for coming, Greg Harris. I'm in the Cremona area and Water Valley.
Thank you. And I'm sure you're familiar with our staff. So we will turn it over to you. We always look forward to this every year. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having us. I've never been here. My name's Leif Svensson, the corporal with the Olds RCMP. I send Acting Staff Sergeant Jamie Day's regards.
Thank you.
And I'm Corporal Courtney Harding. I'm the interim acting commander for Sundry RCMP Detachment. I'm technically there on secondment right now, being from Olds RCMP Detachment. So I've been in the area now about 7 years. But yes, been out in Sundry for about 13 months now, helping out that way. So
fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you for having us today.
So I trust that you've received the statistics and the detached commander's letter, et cetera. I believe back in May, it was forwarded to you probably from all 3 detachments. Unfortunately, Staff Sergeant Brown at Didsbury nor one of his representatives are here. So my apologies for their absence in terms of representation. I guess, first of all, might as well just ask the group, are there any questions or concerns with respect to the statistics or the information that was shared with you previously?
Councillor Lutz.
So I serve Olds area and I'm definitely hearing that there's a lot more kind of unwarranted stops and people getting pulled over for breathalyzers at like 10, 11. Real crackdown on any type of just a lot of traffic control in the uptown area. And hearing that, you know, go ahead and stop me at 10 in the morning, but I think they're feeling that it's maybe not the best use of resources because most people don't drink at 10. I'm sure you get the odd one, but the people that are complaining to me wouldn't be. And hearing at some of the old folks' homes that are still driving, a lot of seniors are feeling that they're getting more fearful of RCMP because there's been a lot of senior stops as of late, and that's spreading like wildfire on issues with increased enforcement, I guess is being noted.
I understand. So I do represent Olds Detachment, whether it be in the community or outside of the community. When it comes to traffic enforcement and roadside interactions, traffic stop for whatever the issue might be, I guess your concern is about mandatory alcohol screening. Is that breathalyzing? Is that correct? Or I just want to make sure I'm tracking you here.
Yeah, just odd times a day and just noticeably more stops that are seeming to be more random. And I'm sure there's a reason that you're pulling people over and maybe they're just not understanding it, but we do have like a lot of older drivers in Sundre or in Olds, and I'm hearing about it.
Fair enough. So I'll speak to 2 points. With respect to the stop itself, I mean, I can't speak for the individual members who are pulling the individuals over on the road, but I will say I guarantee they have a lawful purpose and they're authorized to do it if it might be a blown stop sign or a burnt out headlight or something a little more significant. So I will say that they're doing it for the right reasons. When it comes to the mandatory alcohol screening piece, so MAS, mandatory alcohol screening, I'll refer to it with the acronym from now on, so you understand what I'm discussing, but it's been in place since December 2018. And what it is it's federally mandated. It's not just in the province of Alberta or in the town of Olds for that matter. It's a preventative measure to deter impaired driving. We don't have to have a suspicion of, say, impaired operation of a motor vehicle at any point in time. If the stop is lawful, which it has to be, it can be done, say, for also to check insurance, registration, and driver's license as well. But typically, it's more for an offense. Mandatory alcohol screening is mandatory. It is the first thing that will be done when the individual, the member, approaches the driver. They will administer a breath demand. And it's law. It is what it is. The government of Canada put that in place and it's all across the country.
Can I just ask one question just
Yes.
specific to that? So some of these seniors have like COPD and stuff like that. So and I know that they're going to be watching this recording because I said I'd bring it up. So if they're having like problems blowing because they physically can't, what's your protocol on that?
So the volume of breath that it takes to actually get a suitable sample with an approved screening device, which is the device that's administered during the mandatory alcohol screening process, it doesn't take that much volume of air to actually register a suitable sample, if you will, of their breath. In our training, we're told that, and it doesn't take that much breath to do it. Now, when it comes to personal circumstances, COPD with seniors, I completely understand the concern. The members are going to, they may use discretion depending on the circumstances of both the individual. But all I can say that it is law and that a refusal is the same as operating while impaired. This punishment is the same if you blow over or if you refuse. Case by case though as well, if there are issues with lung capacity and whatnot, I'm certain that the members will take that into account because I can only speak for Olds members. I believe I can say the same for Sundres and Didsbury's as well. We interact closely on many occasions. They're very respectful. They're very alive to the fact that everyone's different and that people suffer from different sorts of ailments, if you will, or conditions. I can't speak to every single individual interaction, of course, 'cause I'm not there. I haven't heard too many complaints about it directly at the detachment level, because it would come to me through our front office staff if someone was making a complaint or had a concern about an interaction or the mandatory alcohol screening process. Usually the questions are asked roadside of the member, and then they'll explain the same things that I explained to you with respect to the process, the fact that it is law, it's legislation, and they're obligated to provide a sample. We don't control that, unfortunately. It's above our heads, obviously, when the law is made, but I don't know if that's a suitable response to you or not, but that's all I can really share about it.
Sorry, could I just clarify? Did you say it's mandatory now? So every traffic stop is coupled with a breathalyzer?
Every traffic stop can be coupled with it. If the member administers the demand with the ASD, the approved screen device, then the driver is compelled and obligated to provide a sample. It doesn't have to be done at all times, but it can be done.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Letts, did you have a follow-up?
No, it's just really good information that I'll share back because I think that they feel that they have lodged a complaint. So if you haven't heard about it, I'll make sure that it's not just at the coffee shop, that they actually do the formal process then, and that you get that complaint in.
Absolutely. I encourage any inquiries from any of the members of the county or town or anywhere we police within our area of responsibility to make an inquiry to the detachment. I know myself, I'll speak to them on the phone. I have no problem doing that and explain to them. I also encourage them to speak with the member who's administering the sample and just to ask questions, but they do have to comply with the demand because it is law and it could create a problem for the driver or whoever's operating the vehicle if they fail to do so. I mean, we don't discriminate in terms of time of day, type of driver, age, et cetera, but we will handle each case on a case-by-case basis based on circumstances and whatnot.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll go to Councillor Harris and then Councillor Fulton.
So it's good that you're from Olds. Up on the screen right now are the county's priorities set by council. But when I look at Olds's report, they're not the same. I strongly suspect what we're seeing here is the town of Olds because it includes traffic enforcement, which is not in our 4 priorities. And the others kind of fit, but we also have mental health in ours, and it doesn't appear in the ones that are listed here. I know there's a lot of people acting in different spots and there's shortages and stuff, and cut and paste is always a thing, but I'm just get you to comment on why the priorities in your report to us are not the priorities that we've set.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to answer that question. I'm representing Acting Staff Sergeant Day, and he took over from Staff Sergeant Warren Wright, who recently retired. If you'd allow me to have a conversation, I'd be more than happy to get back to Councillor Harris with that information.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Fulton.
So just in regards to urban traffic stops, what is the working relationship with each town's peace officers? Because I know in Carstairs and Didsbury, Olds, everybody has their own peace officers. So I'm assuming that they do some traffic enforcement as well within town. So how does that work in between what you're doing, making traffic stops, and then doing mandatory MAS versus what the peace officer would do? Like, are you more focused on, let's say, Highway 27 or the 2A in Carstairs or in 27 as well in Sundre versus the side streets that the peace officers cover? Or like, how does that all work together and come together so that you're not potentially stopping the same person at 2 different stop signs, let's say?
So I can speak a little bit to the town of Sundre here. So we have 2 peace officers that work for the town of Sundre. One is a level 1 peace officer, the other one a level 2 peace officer. Obviously different authorities that each of them have with regards to their daily duties. Right now, both peace officers do share a radio with RCMP, just under by contract. So when they are in town, within their boundaries, they're doing traffic stops and enforcement. Certainly if they have questions or need assistance from us, they can certainly radio us and we have that communication, which is open. If there are any, they typically run their duties separate from us, like they are out doing what they need to do based on their complaints or bylaw complaints or whatever they have on the go. And depending on areas of concern identified by the town of Sundre, they go in and assist us with that additional enforcement. Because of course, our priorities are those criminal code investigations, responding to priority emergencies. So certainly they are a complement to the town and the community by way of, you know, enhancing public safety on the roadways. And I know for the town of Sundre, traffic has been a concern, especially with the ongoing construction and whatnot this year. But yeah, we do have a good working relationship with them, certainly. There are times, for example, where they might have a vehicle pulled over and they identify a driver who might be on an outstanding criminal warrant. They're not going to be processing that individual, but they call us for assistance and then we go in and go assist them with that. So I'm not sure if that helps answer your question.
Oh, yes, that is helpful, but I was just, the question there goes back to Councillor Lutz's question about, you know, people being pulled over within the town of Olds. So like, to me, it seems like, you know, if it's not on a numbered highway, that typically the focus of that would be more the peace officers. If somebody is rolling through some stop signs in a certain area, that they may be aware of that and look for that, right? Like I know our CPOs, they know the roadways within the county that typically are higher speed or other issues, and that's where they go. I realize that they will call the RCMP if they come across someone that they would require assistance. But if it's, you know, for speeding or seatbelts or things like that, not stopping, that typically is more of the CPO role. And that's what I thought potentially in the town of Olds or even in Didsbury or Carstairs, that those people are in and about town all the time, right? Whereas the RCMP, you know, especially Didsbury Detachment has a very, very large area to patrol outside of the urban. So I thought maybe the focus would be more on covering the outer areas, try equally as the town because the areas are so large. So.
Well, certainly they are. I think I gather some, you know, a sense that as well, there's some concern just for over policing, especially with concern with regards to the town of Olds. I can't speak to what the peace officers have been doing recently for the town of Olds, but as far as the RCMP is concerned, if we are driving through town and we see an infraction, you know, in front of us, obviously it's within our discretion and if not our responsibility to deal with it. So peace officers can't be everywhere at the same time, just like we can't be. So certainly our authorities and our jurisdictions is right across the country. There is no boundary where we can perform our duties as an RCMP officer, but certainly I do understand the concern if the town peace officers doing traffic enforcement and then the RCMP members are coming in doing the work. I do understand that concern, and I don't know, Life can maybe speak more to the town of Olds, but I haven't had any concern in the town of Sundre with regards to that. If anything, certainly I know that the counties, Mountain View, Clearwater, and the town of Sundre want increased traffic enforcement because it continues to be a concern for the community, so.
It could be because it's impossible to speed through Sundre right now.
Yes, yes. Yes, it's a challenge.
Councillor Johnson. Thanks for your information. My question is in regard to the influx of people that Sundre sees over the summer. This spring, we had a presentation from other folks in RCMP where we went through a process of perhaps trying to get some additional manpower to send into the West Country during the summer, and that wasn't successful. My question is what we can do in order to assist you in doing more work in the West Country when the number of people out there is so huge.
Well, And there were some conversations this spring with regards to enhanced policing shifts and contracts from Mountain View County. I know that the conversations were held with Sundre and or Didsbury, I believe, if memory serves me correctly. That was not supported at one of the previous meetings by the county, but as far as special events and our busiest weekends out west of Sundre, where we do see the population influx there and on the Crown land for recreational use. But we do staff the detachments accordingly. And if for those busy weekends, if we need to bring in overtime resources, we certainly do. If we need to increase our enforcement of off-highway vehicle usage, we do that as well. So we try to do everything we can to mitigate any risk for the increase of population. I know that for 2024, there were not significant concerns as far as an increase in call volume on those weekends. That was really good. The only type of calls that would pull from our resources significantly would be any search and rescue type of an operation. Those get very lengthy and require a lot of resources. And so far this year out west of Sundre, we've had one of those. So, but last year we had a number of them throughout the summer.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? So I just have one for, when I read the letters that you send in, there was some mention of the impacts of wildfires on RCMP supports and such. What is the role that the RCMP play in the wildfires, and how is that, or is it impacting your resources?
So I'll speak on that point, Reeve. When it comes to the wildfire situation in Alberta, it's not going away. It's getting worse. In fact, I mean, today you can see outside the volume of smoke in the sky. I can say right now that Olds Detachment hasn't been impacted by providing resources for wildfire support. And in terms of the question, if there's, say, communities that are evacuated, we have to have an overt presence in the community because there are individuals who will take advantage of people having to depart their homes and having a ghost town to basically go through and have their way when it comes to breaking into homes, stealing property and whatnot. So we need to have a greater presence there. Also, when it comes to the environment, we don't want to expose our members to the conditions. I mean, it's very much more significant than it is here today. For example, if you're right on the X, we're very far removed from it, but we try to rotate our members in and out because of the volume of smoke, an occupational health and safety issue, right? We do have PPE when it comes to protecting our people with respect to, say, half-face respirators, but we need to have people there to patrol and to be there to support the local detachment because of the strains that are placed on them. It's not, the calls for service aren't there because the people aren't there to make the calls, but it's just to be there and be on the ground to protect the community from those who are looking to take advantage of an opportunity, if you will. And also to rotate the members out to give them some time off who are locally placed, because in a small community, you may have a group of 3 or 4 or 5 Mounties responsible for the town, and their resources are stretched thinly as a result of their responsibilities based on the nature of the event. We have members who are placed on call to go support depending on where they have to go. But as of right now, I can speak for Olds only, our members haven't been deployed. So we've been able to retain our local membership at our detachment to serve our stakeholders such as yourselves, which is a good thing. So, but it's still very early in the season. So it's really unclear as to how impactful this fire season is going to become on, it's mostly the north, of course, but it could impact south. Like, for example, in Manitoba, Lac du Bonnet is a very southerly location in Manitoba, but the wildfires impacted that location as well based on the terrain, a lot of bush and forest there. So right now we're doing okay in terms of resourcing, but I don't know if that answers your question with respect to the responsibilities of the members who are deployed there and why we are forewarning you in terms of what might come as a result.
It's just interesting because I don't think we actually understand the full extent of what the wildfires have on. I mean, you tend to think about the firefighters and that sort of thing, but it really is all first responders that get that are significantly impacted. So thank you for that. I think it's just good for everyone to know that it doesn't just impact the firefighters, but very much impacts the RCMP as well.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, in terms of, say, checkpoints, there's static responsibilities as well. If the community is basically shut down and barred from access because of the risk, we have to have members there too. So they have a responsibility. That is their job, is to not let anybody into the community based on the evacuation order, say, that's been put in place. So again, that adds strain to the local members too, because if they were left to, say, police the community only, they wouldn't be able to man a checkpoint either because of their reduced numbers.
Yeah.
I can speak to resourcing at Sundre Detachment if you'd like. So
Yes.
as of the end of June, we will be fully resourced, fully staffed. We just have a new permanent corporal who is due to be transferring in at the end of the month. So that's excellent news. As far as deployments for wildfires, I'm anticipating 1 or 2 members may be deployed on call, of course, because we can't predict the future and what's going to happen with wildfires, but 1 or 2 members on call for a week or 2, likely in August or September. So we would never be in a position where so many members are deployed. Of course, that's, you know, we don't have things covered back home in Sundre, but that's what I'm anticipating for us.
Fantastic. Councillor Harris.
Just what you said, are they changing the establishment in Sundre? Isn't it a sergeant's position?
It is a sergeant's position. So right now Sergeant Spurley is on a leave of absence and I'm just filling in for him on the interim. And then a corporal position there's been a soft vacancy there for a little while. So right now, that member is due for transfer out of province and they are now permanently filling his position. So.
Excellent. Is there any other questions? Councillor Letts.
Not a question, but at grad in Olds, there's like 154 kids and 4 said they wanted to be RCMP officers. So your recruitment efforts were visible at that grad ceremony.
That's wonderful.
It's great to hear.
Fantastic. Any other questions, comments? No. Well, we look forward to seeing what the police funding model negotiations and turns out to look like. We're told that a lot of the special units that have been funded through that police funding model have been very supportive. So I hope they have been. Have you noticed a difference since 2018 when the police funding model came into place that you have additional supports through those specialized units?
In my experience, they always have been supportive. So we've never gone without any of the resources we need when we need them. As far as specialized units like ERTS, PDS, our RPACT team, Regional Police and Crisis Team for mental health related calls for service. If anything, the supports to us have increased over the years, but we've never done without.
Well, it's good to hear there's an increase because it's good to hear that our 1.2 million is going to really support the local area. So that's good. Thank you for the feedback.
I can echo those comments as well. We've never not been without help when we've asked for it. In fact, there's been proactive investigations. I think most recently, just northeast of Olds, they had execute a search warrant where someone was taken into custody for unfortunate child pornography. And they came in, they did their work. We gave them support as required in the uniform capacity, but great work done by the unit out of Calgary to come and help out with that, which was a big win for the area.
That's great to hear. Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. You've spent a half an hour with us and we so appreciate it. We really do look forward to this every year and it's always great to connect with you again. And on behalf of the community and everyone that you serve within Mountain View County, thank you for everything you do. We know it's a very difficult job and we sure appreciate it.
Thank you for the kind words and thank you for giving us the opportunity to attend today.
And if you'd ever like to have us a little bit more than once a year, by all means, just reach out and yeah.
Careful what you wish for.
No, I certainly don't mind working with you and coming to explain anything if you have any questions. So.
Oh, well, we will take you up on that offer. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm the same opinion for me. If you want us to, I have no problem coming quarterly to provide information on the statistics that we share on that basis. And feel free to reach out via email too, or by phone as well at any point in time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
All right, so we have a motion for that presentation on. We have a motion for that presentation on page 100. Counselor Nixon.
I move that council receives the RCMP delegation as information with no further action to be taken.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Call to question, all in favor? And that motion's carried, and we will break for lunch until 12:35. Okay. Laura, are we ready to resume? Excellent. So we will resume the regular council meeting of June 11th, and we are on 9.5, development permit refund. Christopher.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Big Prairie Hall received a Rural Community Hall grant of $7,200 this year for a lean-to that they were wanting to put onto as an addition to the hall. As part of that process is about a $400 development permit fee in order for them to pay to have that development approved. As such, they have requested that the county consider waiving these fees. We do historically get these from community groups when they come forward, and council considers them on a one-off basis. So it was $400 was their development permit fee, and so they are asking for council to waive that fee. And I would just note that I did have an error in the motion, and it should actually be that council approve a refund for the permit fees of file number PLDP 2025-0146 in the amount of $400, and Laura does have that number available as well for council.
Okay, council, do you have any questions for Christopher? No. So looking for a motion, and Laura, you can put that on the screen. Councillor Miller.
I would.
Sorry, Laura, can you just, I think your motion is still incorrect. Can you just change that?
Should be PLDP 2025-0146.
So you still got PRBB.
Want me to read it off for you, Laura? PLDP 2025-0146. Yeah.
Okay, so Councillor Miller.
I would move the council approve the refund for the permit fees of file PLDP 2025-0146 in the amount of $400.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. And 9.6, external organizations 2024 financial audits. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. So in keeping with past years and to ensure all of council is kept up to date on the activities of our boards and commissions, we have included the 2024 audited financial results starting on page 290. And if there are any individual questions about the audits, we have a couple options. One, certainly council can ask our members that we appoint to those boards and commissions to answer the questions, or we can request a delegation at a future council meeting for those organizations to speak to their own audited information.
Okay, so we'll start with Mountain View Senior Housing. Is there any questions on Mountain View Senior Housing? Councillor Johnson.
I don't have a question, but a comment. I think it is on page 304. Where it lists the municipal requisitions. I thought that was really useful and interesting information. And holy cow, it sure puts things into perspective.
Okay, any other questions? So I just had one on page 300. And I know that we have talked about this before. It's, sorry, is it 301? Maybe 301, Laura? Note 7. Nope. It is there. On note 7, and I know that Councillor Fulton, you brought this forward before, but in 2024, we got 7 properties transferred to us, land and buildings of like $9 million. Are those operational buildings, and are they now going to be incorporated into Mountain View Senior Housing operating funds and capital funds moving forward? Those 9 properties or 7 properties?
They were all existing buildings that was owned by the province. They were all occupied. Well, I shouldn't say that. So some of them were community housing. So they were actually houses that people that were under, I'm not sure the right acronym for the program, but they were in these houses. So the plan going forward is when some of those houses are no longer occupied, then we would look to sell those houses off. And then that money would come to Mountain View Seniors Housing that could be used within the other side of the housing portfolio, not the lodge side. And then we did get in Olds, there's a apartment building that's a senior self-contained building. So we got that, and that is going to be continued to be used as such for the foreseeable future. And with those properties came a maintenance money, like upfront maintenance money. So that just went into a restricted account to be used strictly on those properties for maintenance and upkeep over time.
Okay, and does is this gonna be one of the things that the province does where they give us maintenance money for 1 or 2 years and then cut us off and then we're responsible for the maintenance of those buildings, or?
Yes and no. Yes, but it's not so currently, anything that the province owns, they provide maintenance funding annually.
Yep.
And then you get to turn around and use that money for upkeep and maintenance on those units. Well, this is like a front loading of that. So they gave us quite a bit of money. So it's up to us to manage those dollars going forward as it goes along, right? So, but in the instances of the houses that we got, and then there was also in Didsbury, there was half of a duplex that we actually got both sides over time. So they're just, when they're not vacated, not occupied by a resident under the program, then we just move to sell those off because we don't particularly want to be in that business of having the houses off-site as opposed to having this more of the seniors' houses.
Okay. Thank you. And I think we've already talked about this before, but concerning for May 20 or for May, when those big mortgages come renewed. So look forward to seeing what Mountain View Senior Housing is able to swing with those and maybe hopefully get some provincial support to offsetting the increases that we know are going to be coming on those loans. Anything else, Councillor Fulton, that you would like to highlight or mention on the audit report?
No, I don't believe there's anything that stands out in there. It's fairly, I guess, because I've seen it so many times, it's fairly straightforward. To me, there's nothing alarming in there, and I think the progress that we're making on the funds and working that debt down is important. But yes, we do have the interest rate risk on some of those. But right now, we seem to be in interest rates are working their way down or at least flat. So hopefully that risk will be mitigated. And just as an aside, while we're at it, we are still in contact. Stacey has still been in contact with the ministry about possible solutions. So.
Thank you for that. All right, so then we have Mountain View Regional Waste Management Commission. Is there any questions on that financial report? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. On page 329, it talks about, lists almost $147,000 as revenue from recyclables. And given the absence of recycling, I wondered what materials were sold that gained $147,000.
I can answer that since I was there at the time. We didn't stop recycling, we stopped certain streams. What in effect is anything where there was an end user or a processing. So the electronic waste, batteries, old oil, metal, all of that stuff still goes for recycling. The only thing that was stopped was the stuff that was just literally being shipped into the landfill.
So what of that list of what continued to be recycled? What has that kind of value? I guess batteries would. I'm wondering what else.
Councillor Miller.
So we've got a considerable amount of steel and aluminum that comes in there. So it comes in at a given rate and then it's sold on the market. Then we also bring in, or we accept concrete, which can be crushed down to gravel size, and then we can sell that. Currently, we're using that for our upgrade. We're moving our scale over and we're utilizing that part within our system. So we're not out buying it. So those are the two main ones. I see we're starting to pile shingles again. I don't know if we've got a market yet. We at one point had a market and then it didn't pan out quite the way they had hoped for the end user, right? Hopefully that answers it.
Thank you. That's great. I was told as well that on July 1st, the people at the Sundre Waste Transfer site said that by July 1st, there would be a new recycling stream and they would be accepting recycling there.
So as of last week, we still do not have a contract signed by Circular Materials. We had hoped that we were going to have one in the next week or two. But we haven't seen it and we still can't get them to come to the table. And so until we have a contract, then those services will not be offered.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there any other questions on that one? Okay, we'll move on to the South Red Deer Regional Wastewater Commission. Are there any questions on that? Whew, thank you. Parkland Regional Library, is there any questions on that one? Councillor Harris.
It's more an observation than a question, but we see the fee for service going up. And yet I see them holding something like $5.7 million in accumulated operating surplus. They ever talk about that, Dwayne, or is it just?
Not particularly, no, like that operating surplus is a bit deceiving. They do have, it's working its way towards $1 million in reserves, cash that's invested, so that, but it's kind of a stockpiling thing a bit there. I think that the surplus really shows what the value of the building, I think, is what really brings that up, so.
Councillor Lutz.
Just Dwayne, is there something in their bylaws that they have to put so much into reserves? You know, Olds is like, they can only take so much out of reserves and so much has to go in.
Yeah, they have the building reserve and the van reserve and technology reserve. They have all the reserves that they try to have funds in. I'm not sure, I don't think I'd have to dig into it and see if there's a minimum and a maximum there, but they like to have some reserves for unanticipated things, so.
Okay, is there any other questions? Parkland always seems to come up for us. Maybe what we need to do is have a bit more of a discussion on some information we would like to send to Parkland, or I don't know. It seems to be a concern. The difficulty with it, and I think it is meant to be this way, is there's so many members that it really is difficult to create any kind of change within the organization. That seems to be a tough one.
Well, down in the southern end here, there is dissatisfaction with what is received for service from Parkland down in Carstairs, Didsbury, Olds is kind of their similar mindset, and there's a few other communities that are also, but we're not enough yet to actually have a shift in things. So hopefully after the election and get some different faces around there and stuff, we're gonna get some more people on there that might have a different opinion. Actually now, so that there is librarians, our librarians that manage our libraries. Some of them are actually attending the board meeting as guests now, just so that they're finding that there's a disconnect between the board administration and then there. So they're trying to get in and keep that loop closed. Because some of the concern is that potentially some of the board members are not actually as tuned in with their local library as, you know, like we're in our situation. So I sit on the Carstairs Library Board, I'm on Parkland Board. Shannon Wilcox is town of Carstairs on the Carstairs Library, and she is on the executive of Parkland, right? So we're connected, right?
Yeah.
But whereas I'm not sure that there are other places they're as connected. They're on the Parkland Board, but I'm not sure that they're as connected to their own board. And potentially some of the smaller libraries and the smaller communities, they rely heavily on Parkland because obviously the smaller the library, the lower level of a librarian you have to have. But when you move to a larger community, like such as Olds and Carstairs, Didsbury, like they're more self-sufficient because the librarian is at a higher level of education. So the stuff that they require from Parkland, they're not getting their needs met, whereas the smaller libraries are just soaking it up because they have, you know, limited resources, limited size, you know, limited hours of operation just because of their physical community size, whereas ours are open longer, more, you know, librarian plus and other employees, bigger budgets and stuff. So the demands are different, right, throughout the regions.
Yep. Okay. Thank you for that. Well, we keep fighting the good fight and you never know when you're going to get your opportunity to make a change. So thank you for all of your work on this, Councillor Fulton. I know you're very engaged with Parkland, so thank you for that. We appreciate it. All right. If there's no further discussion on the financials, then we have a motion on page 289. Councillor Fulton. Sorry.
Got the wrong page up, so. Council accept the external organizations 2024 audits as information with no further action to be taken.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. 9.7 Intensive Livestock Working Group Participation. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. On page 434 is the RFD for this item, and we have been invited to participate with the Intensive Livestock Working Group through their project Public Trust, and they have a fourth component of it they call Stock Talks. So they reached out to us to inquire if Mountain View County would be interested in participating. It could include a optional farm tour if the county is interested in participating, as well as some engagement and discussion with the industry to look at it and explore ways to, I guess, have dialogue and resolve potential sources of conflict between municipal approvals and the intensive livestock industry. Mountain View County was specifically identified for this engagement session from the Intensive Livestock Working Group, reading headlines that motions from MPC, basically, I think, that had raised some questions and concerns about the approval process and some aspects of the approvals. Further to this item, council will recollect that in your calendars, we also have June 19th set aside for an NRCB presentation, and that's a joint presentation to members of council, members of MPC, and members of the Ag Service Board. That is completely separate from what this group is proposing, but we thought we'd put this on the agenda for council consideration and participation. If council is interested in participating, then certainly, depending on the scope of the discussions as identified by the Intensive Livestock Working Group, I will assign the appropriate administrative staff to represent our administrative policies and procedures as well.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to think. I was contacted by Melanie. Yes. And I thought this was something to bring forward. And I think Councillor Lutz, this was, I thought it was a great idea, maybe building a little bit on some of the feedback that you had gotten from some of the opportunities that you've had to engage with some of these groups that are concerned about municipal policies, although I don't think we were given specific information on what those concerns are. So I thought this might be a great opportunity for council to get more information on where the concerns lie and if those are actually municipal concerns that we could deal with or whether or not they're provincial concerns. But I think that we should take any opportunity to engage with the agriculture community to see if we can enhance or improve our policies that would provide more support in some of these things. And also, it always gives us a bit more information on how we can lobby the province as well when we have great conversations with the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Environment. So Jeff, are we actually, I see we're looking for, we don't have any dates. We don't have anything set up at this point.
No, once we determine our interest in participation and who's going to participate, then we will reach out to the Intensive Livestock Working Group and set up collaborative dates. I think there's a couple of options I see for council. One, obviously, the first decision is, are we going to participate or not? If we decide to participate, we could look at a subcommittee of council, so up to 3 members of council to participate. Or if council was interested as council as a whole participating, I think this group has kind of left it up to us to determine who we want to appoint to the engagement. And again, once we have more discussions with them and start setting things up, it'll be a combination of ag services, planning and development, and operational services, and maybe even legislative services if there's other policies affected that would, I would assign to participating in the engagement.
Okay, and again, sorry, we don't have any specific dates, but would you say we're probably looking in like July, obviously July, August, September kind of?
Yeah, I would think they're interested in moving forward in the near term, so within the next month or two.
Okay, so my suggestion would be that we just leave it open to all of council, because given the schedules over July and August, we may not be able to, especially not having dates, we may not know who can attend, and I don't know, I don't see any downside if all of us can attend, if we all get the same information. Just looking to see if council has a different opinion of that. Councilor.
I agree with the all council idea. Initially, my thought was potentially Councillor Lutz, Councillor Miller and myself, as the intensive livestock tends to be more concentrated east of the highway. And specifically in Councillor Lutz's and Councillor Miller's, like I have some, but not near to the scope. So, but potentially schedule wise on the dates that may come up that who knows where we'll be. And it would be important to have, you know, someone from council for sure to attend, right? So I wouldn't want to limit it to 3 and only have one of us available at that time. So.
Okay.
I think it's a really neat opportunity, so I'm glad it came past your desk and that you brought it to us, because yeah, it could be really helpful.
Well, it's just interesting how you never realize how connections are going to manifest themselves. So I met Melanie down at Rocking Horse Ranch last year in Waterton. And that was when all the fires were happening back here in Water Valley, and I had to leave early. So I explained to her why I was leaving early. And then when this came to her attention, she kind of connected that. So it's just, it's all connections that you get. And I was absolutely pleased when she reached out to see if Mount View County wanted to be part of this. So I think it's a great opportunity. Okay, so I guess the motion then is for all councillors. I'll just look if someone wants to make that motion. Councillor Johnson.
I would move that council appoint all councillors and appropriate administration determined by the CAO to participate in the intensive livestock working group Stock Talk.
Thank you. And then obviously the invitation will be sent to everyone, and then whoever can attend would be great. Any further discussion on the motion? Nope. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried.
Reeve, just, is there any collective direction on the optional farm tour?
Maybe if we had 8. I think, again, it's very difficult to maybe commit to that yet. Perhaps this would be I would suggest it's maybe part of this. Let's do the Stock Talk first, and then maybe have the discussion on the farm tour for us afterwards, or is council okay to say, yes, we want to do a farm? The problem is I hate to do these sort of things where we say, yes, go ahead and organize it, and then at the end of the day, none of us can attend. I don't know, looking for council direction.
So they want us to put one on, or to attend one?
I believe they are offering to conduct an optional farm tour to help us visualize what an intensive livestock operation looks like, how it works, gain some understanding from the operators. I think it's a good suggestion to say, let's start with the meeting and the engagement and the discussion of the concerns, and then have the farm tour secondary to that if the group decides that's the reasonable way forward.
We may learn information on certain operations that we would want to go see, but we may not require that. So, okay, are you good with that, Jeff? You good with that direction?
I am, yes. And I think,
Okay.
it makes sense from a biosecurity point of view too, because there's probably a lot of work that goes into organizing a farm tour. And so we're not sure on scheduling and attendance. Might be better to defer it until we have more clarity.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, then we will move on to councillor reports. And I will start with Councillor Fulton.
Okay, going back all the way to May 22nd, Didsbury ICC meeting. The notes are following. The 23rd, 24th was Aggie Days in Carstairs. 23rd, I think we were working our way up to 500 students on the Friday there.
Wow.
That was a really good day. Weather really cooperated. And then on the Saturday, the 24th, We were lucky enough to have the Premier stop by with the new candidate for Olds Disbury Three Hills, Tara Stewart. So that was a definite bonus. Difficult to gauge numbers on the Saturday because people come and go out the front door, the back door, across the park. So there was good activity there for most of the day. So I think it was a good success, and the weather definitely helped out with that. Lots of interesting exhibits and lots of fun there for the kids. So, and then on the 25th, I attended the Disbury Museum with Councillor Miller and Councillor Nixon to see the unveiling of the new exhibit, The Democrat. So I would highly recommend, if anybody has not been to the Disbury Museum, it is a very interesting building with lots of history and some very good exhibits. So then from the 29th to the 1st, I attended FCM. And then on the back on June 4th, the Bergen ASP I attended at Bergen, and June 6th, Friday night, the Alice 10-year celebration at Blake Reed's farm in the barn, the windmill, the barn there. So he actually has the first year of an Alice project on that historic piece of land in his family. And then he provided us with a nice little concert with Sheldon Ballou from Carstairs, and I can't think of the other guy's name, but it was all acoustic, so it was very good. So back to FCM, was fortunate enough to make contact with Blaine Calkins, the MP for, I am in the very southern end of Blaine's riding. So I was able to connect with him, and Ryan and myself attended, got to go Thursday morning in the rain over to the Parliament building, and he gave us a nice little tour around there. It was very interesting. So then we got back into the conference. So the first main session was infrastructure, and that was provided to us by a group of engineers there. So there was a lot of talk about infrastructure planning, infrastructure repair, all kinds of things to do with infrastructure. So that's obviously becoming a hot topic across the country. Then we had a regional caucus meeting in the afternoon, which was nothing to report on that. Attended a fire and flood resiliency session, but it was interesting. It was put on by Intact Insurance.
Huh.
So I think what I can foresee coming down the road is that if you live in an area that is flood prone or fire prone, that they are going to provide a checklist to you as the property owner that have you done A, B, and C to mitigate the risks on your property, right? And I think there could be a potential that your insurance premium could be tied with some compliance or some buy-in to either Fire Smart or flood resiliency strategies and mitigation processes. So that was quite interesting. The rural plenary, unleashing the future of rural Canada. I was a bit annoyed with them because we had the plenary and they hadn't even released the big report yet. So nobody had time ahead of time to actually read the report. I had forwarded that to you. That's quite a lengthy report. It will be interesting. This was one of the first FCMs where the two topics of infrastructure and rural Canada were really at the forefront of discussion topics. I shared the resolutions that passed. There was only 4, nothing crazy. The one that I wasn't quite in alignment with was supporting Canada Post to the extent that they were trying to prop it up. So then I attended a rural infrastructure session, and that came back to highlighting the risk, the challenges and risks that we have with roads, bridges, small communities with aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced, and then the lack thereof funding. So obviously going to be a focus of advocacy to the federal government to help out with funding for these infrastructure projects that small and rural communities just can't afford to come up with. And another session I took in was the adoption of AI systems and AI in government. Everybody thinks AI is great, AI assisted this and that, but the concern that was brought forward is that before you implement AI as a service or as a data collection or as any of that stuff, that you need to have ground rules or policies in effect before that's on. Like, what information is collected, where is it being stored, who has access to it, like all these, unforeseen things that you don't think about. Oh, we're just gonna roll this AI chatbot out. And then all of a sudden you have a major data breach or whatever. Like there was lots of focus on that, so. And I also attended a Destination Canada presentation there. So it was quite interesting. That was a real focus on expanding and highlighting tourism in Canada. So that's the national banner is Destination Canada. They're a resource provider. They're a marketer for all things across Canada. So there was quite a push for that. So other than that, I think that was about all the highlights. There's the challenge is there's 2,500 or so participants, and at any given time, there's multiple sessions going on. So I was trying to pick the ones that were rural focused, but there still was some issues with homelessness and housing and stuff like that. But there's only so many sessions I can attend when they're all stacked at the same time. So.
Was there any grant opportunities, Councillor Fulton, that you noticed at the FCM level that we aren't currently aware of?
Green Municipal Fund, there was talk and promotion about Green Municipal Fund. They had some examples of some communities that had, applied and got some stuff, but a lot of that goes into like energy retrofits, like an older arena or an older community building, right? So it's upgrading it and to be more energy efficient, right? So but there is money available there, and there potentially may be things that could be applied for, but we don't own that many public structures that would necessarily fit. To me, it's more fit for an urban, even a small urban that has aging arenas or community halls or buildings like that could take advantage of it more, where we just don't have as many buildings. So.
Thank you.
And the other point so for our representatives going forward is Neil Como from Sturgeon County, and he is the chair of the rural. So Angela and Peggy and I had a conversation with them at RMA about FCM and that, so he's remained on. Charlene Moore is a counselor from Lac La Biche County, so that's the specialized one, so she's urban rural, so she's on there. Mike Yargo from town of Penhold is back on, so that's good news. And we have Sarah Hamilton from the city of Edmonton, Courtney Wolcott from city of Calgary, Tyler Gandam and Kara Westerland round out our Alberta representatives. And I'll pass along any other things, but I passed along the rural thing, and then the other key, the PM speaking and the other stuff there that I thought people can watch that and they'll get what they say better than me trying to shrink it down and have it done in a few words. But I was the feeling from other Alberta rural councillors was that this conference was definitely more focused on rural Canada issues and definitely on infrastructure issues there. That's good to see. So
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Nixon.
So at the last council, we got to present a bunch of our young folks with the citizenship awards, and we did the honorary brand presentation. So I thought that was really cool. I thought we should just re-express how grateful we are to all of the people who participated, and as well as the really awesome youth that we have coming forward that'll be members of this county and hopefully have their families here and come back and stay with us. So I found that was very, very wonderful, very inspirational. Of course, we always have phone calls from ratepayers and residents about weeds and gravel and roads and weeds. So lots of that lately. Attended Aggie Days. So that's the first time that I've been to Aggie Days in more of an official capacity versus just as a person who's attended. So it was great to see all of the displays there. We got through most of them. We didn't quite make it through everything, but that was pretty fantastic there. I had my son with me, so he really enjoyed that. And the ice cream that they have there is fantastic, if anybody wants to know. Then off to the Didsbury Museum to go to the exhibit opening for the Democrat. I thought that was just a really neat piece of history that's come from our area that's now staying in our area that people can go see. So if anybody wants to go check it out and learn all the stories and the history behind it, they have done quite a good job there. It was, it's pretty big, so you'll see some of the challenges maybe that they had getting it in that building. But so very good there. And then the Bergen ASP meeting was very well attended. We had to bring out extra chairs, which we should have anticipated because that always happens in Bergen. So, and we didn't have enough surveys, but we got everybody's information who wanted it. And it's always online for anybody who attended the meeting and didn't get a survey or didn't attend the meeting and wants to fill out a survey. Please go online, check out the Bergen ASP. There's a page done up on it with the information and a copy of the presentation and a video. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that and you're in my area in Bergen, please feel free to go do that. Or if you're not in my area, you can check that out as well. We didn't end up having an MPC meeting. That was canceled. And then, of course, we had the ALUS celebration for 10 years. And I thought that was very, very interesting to go see the project that he had. And it's this first year of doing it. So at the windmill, it was pretty amazing. And then they did a great meal for appetizers and great entertainment and good conversation. So all of that was really, really amazing.
Fantastic. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I attended the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance Board meeting. I will send you the link for the Eventbrite tickets to their annual general meeting, which happens to be on June 20th in Red Deer. I went to the Leedale Hall water meeting that you had sent us the invite for. Certainly, it was about conflict between local landowners with dry wells or contaminated water and an energy fracking company. I thought it would be interesting that Paul McLaughlin spoke there as the Reeve of Ponoka County. He asked for an audit of all the AER generated TDLs. It would be interesting to see where that would go. He said TDL should not be on the AER one stop, that's not adequate, and that expecting farmers to write a statement of concern is a ridiculous process. He said it's clear the current regulations aren't working and that AER is not competent to issue licenses and that they're bypassing environmental processes. So it'll be interesting, certainly standing only crowd at Leedale Hall, and 4 municipalities were represented there. The Reeve from Clearwater County was there, as was a couple of the councillors from Lacombe County. So will be interesting to see what comes out of that. I attended the open house for the Sundre Airport concept plan. It was very clear and straightforward. There appears to be good public support for the airport. And in the area of the airport, the bigger concerns from the public still seem to be about gravel extraction. I attended the Westwood Hope Park Board on Saturday, May 31st. In the morning, they are preparing for their annual general meeting, which will be in July. The following day, a friend and I went to Bagnall Park and had a look to see who might be there on a Sunday afternoon at this point. We met some bird watchers from Calgary. We met hikers from St. Albert and Red Deer. We didn't see any bikes that day, but maybe they come on Saturday and not Sunday. I do have some questions about the parking lot there. That wasn't part of the information that we received, but the parking lot that's there at the present time only has room for 6 vehicles. And so I was wondering if part of the negotiations as we look at this project going forward might be to arrange for the bike people that perhaps are coming to use that park to use an existing parking lot in Water Valley. It's very close to Water Valley and they'll have their bikes with them anyway. Maybe they could use an existing parking lot in Water Valley and then just ride into the park rather than spending money to make the parking lot a lot bigger. It's in a area of big trees, so it would obviously end up creating some logging or something in order to enlarge the parking lot. I attended the Bergen Area Structure Plan meeting, which was very well attended. Lots of good discussion there. On Friday, June 6th, my intent was to log on to the LPRT Teams meeting. My day fell apart and I was not able to do that. And I had told council I would, so my apologies for that. I attended the windmill function for the Alice 10-year celebration, which was absolutely superb. And Councillor Lutz, I think it was you that had suggested that would be a great place to hold it, and you are absolutely right. That's an excellent suggestion on your part. I attended the Eagle Hill Steak Fry fundraiser for the local hall, which was very well attended, and have had some resident concerns. I'm working on with one local landowner who is interested in grazing an undeveloped road allowance. Talked to someone at length about weren't there some options for the present complaint policy and some dust suppression requests for our local haul road. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
So we started off in May 22nd with the Didsbury ICC meeting. Friday was the cap and gown ceremony at Didsbury. I think we had 63 graduates, and it was great to see their desires and their ambitions of going forward. It was a really good night. Saturday was Aggie Days in Carstairs, and it was great to see our Premier Daniel Smith there with our local UCP candidate Tara Sawyer. It's great to see they made the effort to stop through and have a chat with the kids and the people there. Like Dwayne and Tiffany said, on the 25th, we were at the Didsbury Museum for the unveiling of the Democrat. The 26th, which was Monday, open house at Sundre for the ASP, and I think, like Peggy said, it was very well received, I think, by the community. And gravel pits, again, were an issue, not necessarily the airports, but the gravel pits. And then following that, on the 5th here, just on last Thursday, I was involved in the mock disaster. So I was evacuated out of our house here early in the morning, and then made it to the reception center where I was able to see the efforts of our emergency response team, how they'd put it together. Then I also made my way back to the accident scene and tried to get through the barricade. And I wasn't successful, which is, I guess that was good. They turned me back and followed me back to the reception center. And then thanks to Ryan, I was able to go into the operations center, which was in the Didsbury Fire Hall. I got to see basically it in operation. We had representatives from different parts of the provincial government, from other municipalities, all our fire departments, and seeing how they work together, how they all collaborate with one goal in mind. And then also their communication center where they had probably about 15, I think, representatives there, different types of different fire departments all working together. So thank you, Ryan, for that tour, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of the mock evacuation. I think I'd asked one of our neighbors to take part too, and I haven't talked to him since, but I hope he had a eye-opener like I did, which was good. Thanks for your efforts, Ryan, and all your staff that took part in it. I know we had multiple staff members there from all across. Then also, I was able this past Saturday to attend the Cremona Cap and Gown, and they had 17 graduates there, but it was very well done. And again, good to see our residents attend, and it was a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lutz.
Well, it's been obviously 4-H months and more sales and more shows. So while you guys were all doing Aggie Days, I went to the district 4-H female show, which is in its second year. It had been going on for a lot of years, and then the volunteer kind of burnt out and they started it up again. And it was really good. And Nathan Cooper and Daniel Smith and Tara showed up at that. And the kids were just thrilled, and they gave a little leadership talk. So I don't know how they can fit so much in, but the kids really appreciated that. I attended 4-H on parade, and there's a lot of Mountain View kids that really rose to the top. And you can tell that they're in cattle country, just looking at weights of steers. And my highlights for that, there's over 450 kids. Some of those clubs, a lot of those clubs are have memberships of over 70 kids. So 4-H is really resurging, I would say. And some of those clubs are, in their 90th year of operation. So a lot of history, and it's just good to see so many kids participate. Another Peggy highlight is there was 18 flocks. So a flock is, I think, a minimum of 4 sheep raised by a youth. I think most of the flocks were 6 or 7 sheep, and to see 18 of them in the show ring at the same time, and all the cattle kids and the archery kids, everybody showing and grabbing a sheep. So real teamwork there. So that was really heartwarming. And then a lot of the sales had Mountain View County banners and supporting those shows. So those kids are doing a great job giving back to the community. Eagle Beef and Multi Club raised just over $10,000 for Hope for Mountain View Kids. I know the High Stakes raised 1% of their steer sales went to Kirsten's shelter. So just seeing the leadership in our kids is pretty amazing. But I was sorry I missed Aggie Days. But yeah, good that there was lots of council participation at both events, I guess. I went to the ASP area structure meeting in Sundre, and I thought that was really good. And it was neat to get to Sundre to see the traffic. I haven't been in Sundre for a while, so just experiencing what those people are going through was interesting. I went to the West Central RPAP Summit in Rimbey with Aaron Lowe, our chair, and that was really good, just talking to a bunch of different communities on their strategies and what they're doing on attraction and retention. So got some good ideas to take back. And I did send out an invite that they're hosting a lunch at the Olds Hospital, and I'll be gone. But if anybody wants to flip a burger or something, they could sure use some help, and you can see what they're doing. I went to the LRPT process review virtually, and that was really surprising to me because I thought it would be like a lot of participation, but there was a Starland County rep, Strathcona County assessor, somebody from Smoky River. So there's about 4 of us that were participating, and I felt kind of ill-equipped because I don't know enough about the planning pieces. We have some experience with LRPT and some files that have gone through, but I actually felt more staff probably needed to be there to really get good engagement. But I did talk about the Old Surface Rights Act, which is what I am a little bit more familiar with, and did find out that there's still 7,000 files in the backlog for lease reviews. So we talked a lot about how that process, people just give up because the queue is so long, and it's they're never going to really the rates that they set now aren't in line with land values. It's a mess. So they did hear that from me fairly loud and clear. I went to EDAC meeting, and then I went and met with Michelle and Sandra yesterday just on where they're at. And right now they have 22 projects that businesses would like to see go forward. They have 14 people that have volunteered to take leaders, like to be the lead on those projects. And the estimated budget for that is 1.3 million. So obviously all those projects aren't going to go ahead, but they're looking for grant funding. They're trying to get low hanging fruit and prioritize. But there's a lot of energy in that project. So they're trying to determine kind of fine-tune budget, and they will be coming back for more funding. There'll be a budget request in the fall, I'm expecting. So we put in 10,000 to start the pilot off, and I expect that they'll be looking for some money coming soon. What they asked me to ask you is if Michelle could contact each of the counselors. She's really they're trying to do a lot of work on clusters and connecting businesses together where it makes sense. And a lot of businesses may naturally do that or not naturally do that. But that's, she would like to get a better understanding of some of the businesses in the area because she doesn't know what we know. So, you know, like in my area, one of the top livestock marketing businesses, Borson's, well, I guess it's your area, close on our border. You know, there's a lot of gems in our county that they're not maybe aware of, and they want to link. So they want to spend a couple hours or half a day with each counselor, just talking about businesses in our division, and maybe doing some visits in the business parks on what they can offer businesses basically for free. So they have a lot of tools that they are willing to share, and it's a great resource for our local businesses. And one that I learned yesterday was a bunch of AI tools that will create content for presentations and marketing and just a lot of stuff that maybe it's hard to keep up on everything new. So that project's going really well. Went to the Bergen ASP meeting, went to the Ellis, and for me, I agree everything was great as was said, but I had not heard Lauren Finch before. And he did a excerpt from his book, and I thought he was very thought-provoking. And I didn't have cash, and they don't have internet, but if anybody has their books, I would love to borrow them and read them, because he was quite inspirational. And then attended Olds Grad, and I don't think there had been a rep at Olds Grad for a while, because I actually had some people say it was just great to see Mountain View County there. So I think Mr. Camry might have had something to do with that, on why don't we have a greeter from the county. And yeah, 154 or 155 grads. So that was a really good evening as well. So that's it for me.
Your comments in the paper were inspirational, so I'm sure they appreciated having you there. Just on the EDAC, I understand it's spending time with each individual counselor, but how connected is Michelle with our own economic development?
Yeah, I think fairly connected, because she's on like the other administrative committee meeting. So I think they talk quite a bit, but good to loop that.
Yeah, I would hope, I would think that our economic development department would be very familiar with a lot of the businesses in all the areas. So it may be good to start with that, and then see if counselors can fill in the blanks. Maybe even if we got a list of what they of the businesses that have been discussed, and then we can go through and look and see if there's anything that's missing on the sheet that maybe would be useful. But
I think it's like local intel to try and make connections on these clusters.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Councillor Harris.
Thanks for not starting with me.
I give you a break every once in a while.
Thanks. We've heard about Aggie Days. I just want to highlight the contributions and the work that's put in by the three ag societies, Didsbury, Carstairs, and Cremona. Tremendous work behind the scenes for months and months before that gets in. And although she's going to kill me for this, I want to specifically give a shout out to Kelly Casebeer, who's a member of Carstairs Ag and is effectively the coordinator and showrunner for Aggie Days, and does just such a wonderful job. 26 went to the open house at Sundry Legion, and I just want to say the planning staff presenting something as different as an airport type plan for people who don't understand flying or aren't involved in flying is a difficult task, and they did it wonderfully. I think the stuff came across so that even the non-flying initiated people could understand. The maps could be confusing if they weren't explained properly, and they did a great job. So the next 30th, Health and Safety Day, held up at Didsbury. I think they call that the Memorial Complex. Great venue, rather than smelling diesel and engine oil all day long in the shop. Although that was okay. But it was great to see the participation of all the staff. I mean, they weren't just sitting there. They were actively engaged and learning, and I think it was great to see. Some of their videos are inventive. yeah, it really brings home the message. Went to the Bergen area structure plan, as was already stated, that was almost standing room only if people hadn't been shuttling back to get extra chairs. So clearly a well-engaged community. And this last weekend, I was attending and worked at the Water Valley Stampede Association's rodeo west of Water Valley. More participants than we've had. It just continues to increase after COVID. More spectators than we have had in years since COVID, so that keeps increasing. And I just want to comment, we got really good recognition continually from announcers and staff with in the program for Mountain View County's contributions towards the new announcers booth. And yeah, the work the county does in assistance to them is well recognized. And that's it.
Fantastic. Okay, so real quick, probably one of the highlights was being able to introduce the premier at Aggie Days. That was pretty exciting, and it was a great day just watching her go around Mountain View County. So we were lucky, very fortunate with that. Aggie Days was great. Really super happy to see the University of Calgary Veterinarian Medical team there again. Really inspired group of young individuals that are going through the program right now. And I don't think there's any better way to engage the youth than to have those kind of people there to really have their enthusiasm kind of sink in. So that was excellent. Health and Safety Days, super, super excited to be able to get all of our staff in one room and give a big shout out and a big thank you on behalf of council on everything that they do. So that was excellent. The Bergen Area Structure Plan, Sundre Airport, they've already been touched. Again, administration does an amazing job, lots of work putting that together, making sure the boards are there and answering all the questions. Very, very much appreciated. Always an extremely professional group. So shout out to the planning staff, just excellent. We had the GMP Greenwood Neighborhood Place charity auction. Lots of auctions going on right now. Lots of fundraisers. I'll hit you guys up later. But it is, I mean, really, it's great, and it is also a bit of a concern just at how much money is being trying to be raised by all the organizations and all the volunteer groups within our communities. And you can see how people do get burnt out either by volunteering or by contributing. So anything that organizations get nowadays, I think they're extremely thankful for, because everyone that's trying to raise money also appreciates how competitive may not be the right term, but it is a competitive, it's a competitive market right now for raising money. All great charities, all great organizations. So tonight, just a heads up, super excited to attend the Sundre Golf Course dinner and celebration event for Chantel Crawford, who's going to be receiving the Healthcare Hero Rhapsody Award from the Rural Health Professionals Action Plan. Very excited. Again, in our area, Mountain View County, this is the second year in a row, so hugely excited. Can't wait to be in attendance for that tonight. Heads up, I've been asked to attend a sand and gravel task force focus group, and that will be happening on Friday. So this is just quickly, in April 2025, the Minister of Environment and Protected Areas formed the Sand and Gravel Task Force. This is to identify and recommend changes to policies and policy implementation processes that will strike the needed balance between economic development and environmental assurance for sand and gravel pits on private lands. KPMG was engaged in May of 2025, and they're going to be doing the task force work, and so they're engaging in all of June with stakeholders. So the difference between this and the Sand and Gravel Task Force that I sat on a couple of years ago was that was predominantly focused, or it was entirely focused on Crown lands. This is very, very much focused on private lands. So participation at the elected officials session is Mountain View County, Camrose County, Sturgeon County, Lacombe County, and then Amberlink from RMA. And I know that Jeff also has a similar session coming up from the administrative side. So it will be interesting. Really what they want to hear is kind of challenges that the stakeholders are facing, and issues that we can bring forward that they may be able to find some common ground on. And the last thing is, I just want to thank all of council. There are, and it just warms my heart going around to see how many community events all of the elected officials attend. I'm so proud of every one of you because I don't ever feel like I have to attend all the events. I'm so thankful to be able to ask and to pass on those opportunities to the rest of the elected officials because you guys do such a great job on behalf of Mount View County. The gentleman, I saw him from the museum and he could not, he was overwhelmed at the support that Mount View County showed at the museum and the grand opening there. He couldn't believe that we had so many elected officials show up and he was very touched by the greetings that were brought. So thank you guys. You attend as many events as you can. I appreciate how busy everyone is, but just know the impact that you have on the communities when you show up to these events. Because I sure get a lot of accolades and a lot of thank yous from people for what you do. So thank you for that. It's always greatly, greatly appreciated. So with that, is there any questions on any of the reports? No, then I'll take a motion to accept them for information. Councillor Harris.
Move to receive.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And now we have four information items. We have the Parkland Library Board minutes, and we have 3 contact newsletters. Is there any questions or comments on any of those information items? No? Then could I have a motion to receive those as information? Moved by Councillor Fulton. I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. So that takes us to the end of our open session live streaming. We will have to come back out and do a motion for 9.3. But with that, I will ask for a motion to go in closed session. Moved by Councillor Johnson. I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. So council has now moved into closed session, which will end the public broadcast. Any motions made following the in-camera session will be captured within council's meeting minutes, which can be found on the county website within the next few days. Thank you for tuning in.